Walking on a dream, talking to myself. How can I explain? You guys know that song? I think it's by something called The Empire of the Sun. And it's called Walking on a Dream.
Let's see how this humanoid robot handles a classic task like picking cotton.
But I'm not letting anyone thug on me. No one's gonna goon on me. No one's gonna thug on me. And that's
Hello to whoever's watching. We just climbed up a mountain over here, so a little out of breath, but I'm doing good. Who are ye and what are ye doing? I'm sunbathing in the winter, so what do you want to do? Well, gone now. Yes, this is a live show. I'm just waiting for someone to join. Yeah, probably like 5 minutes will be somebody here. Until then, you can look at the beautiful ground here. What do you think? Hey, what's up, guys? My bad. I had it in my pocket for a second. Hello?
Yo,
What's up? What are you guys up to?
Well, I just got invited here, so I figured I'd hop on. I don't know.
We're here to smash the patriarchy today. You guys ready?
Well, have fun with that.
Yeah. I'm writing this article, and well, I'm having the AI write an article for me, honestly, but I'm trying to have it like give this imagery of how this movement of feminism is trying to tell women to smash the patriarchy, but really women want to be like oppressed. They want to have the boot oppress them as well. So it's kind of like this weird like socio-sexual fantasy.
Interesting. And how is the AI faring as opposed to your own input fully?
It's not making it like realistic enough, but I am pushing it to its limits. I'm like, okay, make it like extremely explicit, but also like how a girl would talk to another girl, and also like very academic. And so I'm like trying to like make it do all these things at once. So I shouldn't have my hopes too high, but I do. And so I'm trying to make it like I'm trying to get it where like a liberal would read it and be like, oh my god, this is actually real, but also like a right-wing person might read it and be like, oh, this is actually real too. So like I'm trying to like merge those two things into one thing where it's like, I'm trying to
Well,
figure out how can I do that, like
well, maybe
like Prince.
draw the liberal side in with academic writing for it, and then in terms of whatever dialogue that I think you're trying to make, that you said, just maybe make that conservative, draw them in with both sides. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Like, I don't want to give too much away, and honestly, like, I'm a little bit ashamed because it's pretty like explicit and disgusting in a way. But it's also just trying to make the point that like okay, like when I turn on Instagram, for example, right? Like okay, I literally just turned on Instagram earlier today, right? And it's like some Filipino woman who's like, I'm a woman and I'm having bad gay sex. I've slept with 50 to 60 women, and I need to realize like I have to do it in this specific way involving fantasy in order to do it right or something. You know what I mean? It's like the most ridiculous, over the top, explicit stuff that they're like selling to the rad fem or whatever. So I'm just trying to like I'm trying to match that energy, but like do a jujitsu with it or something, So that's kind of what I'm trying to, and I like kind of like how your article is like too. Like, I read your article yesterday. It was pretty or a couple of days ago, and like you weren't going for the like overtly sexual thing, but like I can see how like James Cameron was probably trying to say something about like the master slave thing and like how it goes into like family dynamics and so it's weird like they use like aliens in space as like a setting, and instead of aliens invading us, we invade the aliens. So it's like colonization and like I don't know, it's pretty weird. It's a lot of shit going on. And Machine shit sent me a bunch of stuff recently about it's like this like dial like all these rad films are like suddenly posting videos about Evola and dialectical materialism and all this random strange stuff that no average woman in America is going to have any fucking idea or care about, right? So, but they're producing it as if like this is where the conversation for the average woman in America goes to dialectical materialism, right? And it's funny because like I'll just be talking like my semantics games with like liberal people, and they'll start accusing me like, "Oh, you're going to bring dialectical materialism in this." And I was like, "I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you." So, and they're like, "Oh no, you do," and I'm like, "I really don't." Like, I have like a vague idea, from talking to Machine and people like that, but like, it's just funny. Like, you can trigger people by just like asking them certain questions or like using certain words or certain figures. Like I put Anton LaVey in my article, just to like trigger people. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to use him, he Boyd Rice attributes the downfall of things when women stopped wearing garter belts and switched to stockings. So there you go with that.
Why is that? What's the deal with that?
Well, it was like, when did everything really go to shit? And apparently LeVay told Boyd, everything went to shit when women stopped wearing garter belts and switched to stockings.
What do you think it is about that in particular? Because I'm a little bit fuzzy on women's lingerie.
Well, so uh, a garter belt has a bit more fashion to it. It's kind of two pieces in one, whereas stockings are just, you just pull them on. It's like long underwear, sort of. Not. I guess it's the effort. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I get you. Like it's like there was like a certain like
There
art
was an
form to
aesthetic
it, right?
effort.
Right. Yeah, it was more of an art or more of like a statement piece or something, right?
Yeah, it had. I mean, it was like there's the sock, then there's the strap attached to it, and then the strap goes up, and you don't see where that goes, and there's like, oh, there's an aesthetic allure to it. There's something there, rather than just a continuous seam of sock that goes under like a skirt or into the shorts or something. I don't know. It leaves more room for imagination.
What would you say? What would you say to that machine?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, like obviously in Islamic culture, right? It's like they're like in the desert and everybody's wearing tons of clothes, right? Even though it's really hot outside. So it's like,
Well, it really works though. Like I was like when I was in Southeast Asia, like I always thought like, oh, everybody's gonna wear shorts all the time. No, actually, like you're gonna cover more of your body when it's hot because like the sun makes you hotter, the wind makes you, what I mean, like like for whatever reason, more clothes kind of insulates you from the elements in a weird way. So, uh, and I mean, in the desert, you'd have to because obviously because it's hotter and the sun is brighter. But what do you think the position on like so like I'm noticing like within Islam right now, like there's this big push to like radical feminism within Islam. I mean, not obviously not really, but you get what I'm saying, right?
I
And
think it's its own accelerationism. It's gonna burn itself out. It's kind of cool to watch. From
so
what I,
what do you mean? Like when the bill comes due, everybody's gonna be like, oh shit, we fucked up, and then it's too late, essentially.
well, it depends on if the people in like Iran are gonna get what they want with the overthrowing of the government, or if they're gonna just get stomped on by the government. Either way, it's accelerating towards more of what they're opposing apparently, or what they're going towards. But either way, it's a collapse of some sort with that whole regime, and it's probably not going to be the only one of its kind if it does end up happening.
Well, it's like I don't know much about Iran, but what I do think is interesting is like you're gonna trade one form of oppression to like a uber liberal form of oppression and say like, well, this is better because I can wear a bikini out in the streets of Tehran or something. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it seems kind
yeah,
of silly,
yeah. The issue is that the Islam came at after Iran was westernized, right? So this is the problem, right? So it could be something that's dying out, but it seems to be a resurgence of something in the middle of a westernized and liberal culture, right? That was promoted by the Shah, right? So the Islamic Revolution in Iran happened quite haphazardly. It happened because of political extremism, right, and not because of Islamicization, so to speak, right? So the root causes, because if you look at Khomeini, you look at his past and how he was educated in France, and
they're always educated in France.
right. So he was pretty much modernized, right? He was combining Sharia law with communism and socialism, right? So if you look at the political climate, right? And you can say the same thing for the Afghans, right? Afghans were modernized, right? And they became the Islamic thing. And also this, sort of Islamicization was actually a foreign invasion to a large extent, right? It wasn't initiated by the people, but it was initiated by a sort of regime change, right? So,
Well, that's the
but
kind of that adds another layer of like irony to Giorgiani then, right? Because he's like,
right, right, we'll pop up
it's kind
again.
of funny.
And that's the problem. Islam will pop up. This is the problem, right?
Well, maybe
Well, it's kind of funny. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
maybe it's sort of Machiavellian because people vie for power when they don't have any, and they seek it in whoever promises it. However,
Right.
like with Machiavelli, quote, as a result, you're opposed by all those who you've injured in occupying the principality, but you can't keep the friendship of those who put you there because you can't satisfy them in the way that they took you for granted,
Right.
but you
Yeah.
can't use anything for them because they're in their debt at the same time.
Right.
It's kind
Right.
of
That's why
a
the
literal
lukewarm,
catch-22.
yeah, that's why the lukewarm, revolutionary, it's like they get put on the chopping block when the regime takes over, whatever. But the thing is, like, like Machiavelli had this whole thing about the Turk and the French, right? He said it's hard to capture the Turk because once you eliminate the caliph, right, everything will fall in line, but everything is insulating the rule of the caliph. Whereas in French society, you can win over the aristocracy and topple the regime, but you can't really rely on the aristocracy that put you in power. You have to eliminate them. So it's like,
Well, I kind of get the feeling. I told you this last night. I'm kind of getting the feeling that that's kind of what they're doing with America, where they're like, okay, let's do a neo-reactionary. Let's kick all the immigrants out. But I think ultimately it's going to make America more of a prison, right? So like it seems like we're going to do one thing to make America like more secure or whatever they're trying to do, right, economically. But then in the end, but then on the back end, they're going to say, well, if you want to escape America, it's going to cost you $150,000 to give up your citizenship and blah 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 blah, and then you know, you're just going to get trapped essentially, right? I think that's kind of the problems that I see with this whole situation in America right now, where it seems like nationalism's back on the rise, but we all know the truth. Like they're never going to let nationalism rear its beautiful face ever again.
Not without a 6-pointed star.
Well, they can do it, but everybody else can't. Nobody else can. They're the only ones allowed. Everybody else, like they got to get in line. But we can pretend. We can pretend, like, and yeah.
Just got to use the rail version of it, not that one. Maybe that would do something.
You mean the little crooked cross version?
The one with the swastika superimposed into it.
Oh, is that the real one?
The Railism movement. Kanye got suspended off Twitter or something 2 years ago for posting it.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize, or I must have forgot, or I didn't realize what that was. Okay,
it's an OG Freemasonry symbol that they had. It's crazy.
Well, isn't that dialectical materialism in a nutshell, right there?
Oh yeah, that's the entire thing. That's like the final boss. It's the Zionist Bolshevik, dialectic. It's the final boss.
So we are at the end of history then.
Constantly.
Well, change signifies beginning as much as it does ending.
What is the change though that's going to happen? Like with this topic, like what change will that actually bring? I mean, the Scum Manifesto was written some 60 years ago, and it's still, the basis of it all on that side. And it would be thought that it would be evolved, but it really hasn't. Like just reading the Scum Manifesto and going through what you were saying, there's not really much of a difference. So I'm just curious what change would actually happen from either end of, the radical feminist or, your angle.
Well, I think the scum, this is Valerie, right? Is that her name?
I think so.
Valerie Jarrett.
She shot
Andy Warhol, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I'm familiar with her work. But I guess I'm slipping her name. I think it's Valerie Jarrett. No, that's not her name. Valerie Jarrett's a congresswoman. Valerie, here, hold on. Let me look this up because her name is important. Valerie Solanas. Yeah, Solanas. Yeah. So I had her first name right. Yeah, Valerie Solanas. Yeah. And the other manifesto you're mentioning is Uncle Teddy's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just interesting his commentary on leftism in his manifesto, right? He's got this whole section on leftism, right? So assuming that Scum Manifesto is a offshoot of leftism, right? He's got some pretty interesting words for that. Not that it's a conservatively driven work, because he's using evolution and evolutionary psychology and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking at her early life, trying to see if that tells anything. No, it doesn't.
Well, what was your question based on? Like, what do you mean by like what's the logical change or
I mean,
that's coming out of this?
I mean, at least for the U.S., like with the radical feminist part, I mean, it could do something, but if anything's shown from the last like decade of U.S. politics, a lot can happen and occur, but really nothing changes at like the general level. And I mean, it's not really different than, say like 10 years ago where, the whole thing was owning the SJWs on YouTube. It's like, I'm not sure where in the point lies for either side of it. It seems sort of weird all around, if that makes sense.
Well, I definitely think they're radicalizing both sides into like a controllable blob that they can manage better, and I don't know that. I mean, that seems to be the weirdest part of all this is like they don't want anybody to have any like real volition in the situation. It's like they'll just kind of go with the flow, even if the flow is like a death cold or something. And so what I mean by that is like I think you're going to see like a lot of women who are desperate because the party's over as far as like the corporate welfare of like having a 9 to 5 job and stuff like that. And so what's going to come out of that is like a bunch of women who are going to be like looking for men, but they're also like rad femme, and then the men are gonna be like, nah, like I'd rather be gay or I'd rather like, just have sex with 50 women and not have a wife or something. So I think you're gonna see just like a bunch of just derelict people out in the streets for the next 10 to 15 years at least. Personally, like that's kind of what I think is gonna happen. And then maybe after that something will change, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the feminists are going to adopt a eco position of deep ecology, right? So I think most likely they're going to see that transhumanism supports like the patriarchy or whatever, right? So they're going to basically say, transhumanism is basically capitalism. So we have to go to some eco-feminism, right? And they're going to combine their occultism with the sort of eco-feminist idea, right? And then the conservatives, they'll probably go to Islamic neo-futurism. And you can see a lot of the conservatives are already doing that, right? They see that the opposite of liberal, you can't, it can't be Christian, right? Because Christianity has too much in common with liberalism right now. So the opposite of liberalism is actually going to be ultra extreme Islamism, right? And it's going to be like, so if we're looking at the dialectic, I think it's going to come to fruition between those two, and it already has to a certain extent. Because if you look at the white conservatives, they want to be more like the Muslims. And if you look at the feminists, they're already realizing that supporting technocracy is, antithetical to their goals, right?
Yeah, I hate to say this, but I'm very torn on those two like polar opposites. It's like both sides seem to have good points, and both sides seem to have like fatal flaws, I guess. With so, I don't know if that's by design or not.
Well, where do they have the same flaws?
What do you mean by that? Maybe.
Well, if they have that many differences and similarities just regularly, what are the flaws that they have are the same? If they're polar opposites, they would have similar flaws.
Yeah, the flaw with the like sort of the feminist ideology is that it's the world culture that created it, and they notice that, and they hate themselves for that, right? They want to be something organic, right? With the Islamic neo-futurism, they think they're cucking themselves by adopting Western sort of technologies, right, and so on and so forth. So they never think they're modern enough, so to speak, but they're also like, so for one side they think they're too modern, the other side they think they're not modern enough, and that's going to be the problem.
And so where the sides are not moderate enough, where does that meet exactly? Like,
Well, I
where
think
where
well, I
where
think
would
like,
the two most extremes actually meet in?
well, sort of like in Islam and feminism, right? That you could have the whole idea about, like the whole thing about Western colonialism, right? So that's on the one end. On the other end, right, you can have a idea about maybe you know something about women's rights, and but I think that's leftism again. So yeah, I think they both just collapse into leftism, and that's kind of the problem. Right.
Is it a problem, or could that be used beneficially? I mean,
Well,
after
it
all,
is being
what
used.
reading on the bottom of the screen says pretty well that with the right propaganda, that can be quite effective for whatever side really wants something. But I guess
Well,
to
that is
that,
what's being used, right? Because there already is a whole because you have the feminists and the Palestinian activists linking up, right? So, I mean, in terms of the see, this is the thing: is Islam is like sort of been painted as anti-Western, right? This is the thing: is like, so so could you possibly put it as anti-modern, and that's where the problem unveils itself, right? Because
What do you mean by that? So, like, what's what would you say the difference between anti-Western and anti-modern is?
well, it's the
Like
whole thing.
technology?
Yeah, exactly. It's the crux of the issue, right?
Well, and so I guess where I'm coming from is like when I see like I totally agree with your analysis, by the way. But I think so as far as like which direction both sides are going to go in. But I think it's interesting, like the eco radfem thing. Like they're going to be correct that yes, like they've been given a raw deal because yes, capitalism is transhumanism and blah 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 blah. But then it's like they're going to reject like a more traditional lifestyle. But again, I think it's like I don't even think it's necessarily like out of choice per se. I think it's out of like I think we're just kind of being put into a certain corner and then egged on, which is even worse. But like the propaganda is basically like reinforcing the situation that we're inevitably already in, if that makes any sense, right? Like they put us in this fucked up situation, then they're like, well, you need to go ahead and bifurcate into like two forms of leftism, right? So it's like they're not. That's my problem with all these propagandists. Is like they're not actually propagandists against the grain. They're actually going with the grain, right? See what I mean? Like they're like just pushing us further into like this kind of weird dual left versus right. So like one pro technology, pro like
Yeah, the
you
problem
know
is that
you know
when brown people get technology, they don't start behaving like white people. That's the main issue. Right? They just don't. You know, they do technology brown people way, and that's a huge issue for white people. You know, you can't adapt them into a global system that way
right. Yeah.
because they thought, oh yeah, if we give them the technology, we advance them, then they'll start acting, you know, like liberals. But that's the problem. They haven't. They're just now, you know, Muslims with nukes.
Well, but also like but you're not noticing like a lot of women around the world are adopting rad fem like tendencies, right? And the men really don't have like an answer to it, right? Because the women are getting educated, they're getting, you know, fake jobs and shit like this. So like there's not really like an answer that's they're really offering in return. I mean, you know, maybe in the short term they have an answer, but I'm saying like the longer this goes on, like, you know, the next 50 years at least, you know, you're going to see that more and more women are just going to be like out of the dating force unless there's a global collapse of the financial, you know, welfare of like corporate jobs for women or something. I mean, maybe that'll go away, but that's the thing is like it seems that they're setting it up where even if there's a collapse in the economics, women won't go running back to men, right? If that makes sense, you know. And men also won't similarly like level up so they can handle having one or more wives and kids and shit like that, right?
I guess that goes to why would what the Western world even be worth saving at that if that's just what it devolves into.
Well, I think that's the thing is like I really feel like there's not a lot of choice, like Machine says, unless we do something with the technology. Me and Tom and his Korean friend were talking about that last
That's the
night
thing
too.
is like
Yeah.
Western culture is the technology. You know, like you know, so the West is going to devolve, but the technology is going to ramp up, right? So Western culture won't devolve because at this point it's being, you know, driven forward by technology.
In a sense, but at the same time, just going off of, say, gaming consoles and how that industry has turned over the last 10 years, it's hit sort of a stalemate in that regard. I mean, there hasn't been really any new sort of gaming console or whatever released. I mean, sure, there's been Nintendo Switches and all that, and maybe the PlayStation 5, but that's just copies of old imitations. And then the whole internet is sort of just getting flooded with, you know, fake accounts and all that stuff. So it's kind of
Right.
just like
Well, it's because
it's gonna hit a stagnating point pretty soon.
well, I would say it's because the transhumanism is kind of like the end goal of the capitalism. So what I mean by that is like for instance, like there's more streamers than ever of like hot girls playing games or just retarded guys playing games and streaming it in order to sell more you know, cells of like some, you know, stupid game on PC gaming or whatever. So then you can join a cult of like other people who watch furry porn and play some stupid game, even though all the streamers are cheating to make themselves look like good at the game. So you want to go and like be good at the game. So you're a cool kid that'll be like a 35-year-old, like, you know, furry convention goer or something, you know, or whatever, right? So like this is so like I think that's not an accident. I think that like that is the economy, right? Like that is the new economy. And so there's no push for like better hardware or better software or better anything. It's more of like, you know, let's just sell people this like fantasy that, you know, is like poison to them, but like they're gonna just keep buying it because like they're just broken people, right? I mean, that's just like it's like a feedback loop, right? And I think it's on purpose to some degree, for sure, but also I think it's kind of like it really is like inevitable, you know, like all these things have just kind of like spun out of control. You know, like what do you do with all these people that are just totally their brain is broken, their mind is broken, their ethics are broken? Like, what do you do with them? You know, like you can't really fix them. You know, like the damage is already done. You know. And even if you could help them, there's no incentive to help them, if that makes any sense, right? Like there's no economic incentive to go and like help these people, you know? So one way or the other, they're going to be, you know, a determining factor in the economy, right? And the economy like bleeds into everything, you know?
Yeah, I don't know why, but like it's like my dreads are like unfurling. I don't know how this happens, but
Maybe you're evolving like a Pokemon.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, it's really gonna be like the whole thing is, you know, because you know, one thing that Uncle Teddy points out is that the reason why you can't support leftism is because of, you know, this whole idea of environmentalism, right? So I think that's huge, right? So I think once people understand that conservatism means, in some sense, preserving nature, right? Conserving it, right, or whatever, right? And that's actually what we lost, right, when we sort of became liberals, and then the liberals are sort of the earth people, right, where they're like sort of, you know, so I mean, certain conservative groups have already done this thing where they're like, see, they have this thing where they're like, you know, on the left, right? Obviously, they have some sort of thing about starting like, you know, communities and stuff. But on the right now, they have it too, right? They're starting to have like homesteading and all this type of stuff, right? So,
Right. Right. And it's kind of like again, it's like a perfect like mirror of each other where like they're both right, you know, and this is kind of what me and Rant and other people are talking about where like personally like I don't think we should give up the idea of cities yet. Like I think if we're going to lead the cities like it should be done gradually, you know. Because I just don't think that like I don't think societies do well when they just do a quick shift like from agriculture to city life or city life to agriculture, right? Like I think that's going to have to be something that
well, that's one thing I
organically
pointed out is that
you know.
both the Discordians and the Accelerationists, they both want smaller communities, right? Like, you know, in Discordianism, you have the temporary autonomous zone, right? And then in, you know, the Accelerationism, you have the patchwork thing of Mencius Moldbug, right? So it's like they both move towards smaller communities.
Well, and here's the thing, and really, I think this is where it all goes back to, in a sense, and like this is a gross oversimplification of what is going on. But you know, I think the petroleum question is really the main question. Like, if you have petroleum as the main like spice of the earth that we're all like trading, right? And everything's kind of measured by that. Well, you know, all the good and the bad that's going to go with that is going to be there, right? And I think it's like they need to degrowth people in a way that seems organic so people don't panic. I'm not trying to rhyme, by the way, but and then, you know, maybe out of that there'll be some sort of like smaller communities that kind of organically crop up. But it's also kind of like what you described, like can a neo Islamic futurist that's like fighting for technology still have like a decent society? And could a leftist rad fem, you know, pagan occultist baby thrower offer of cliffs for the mother goddess, like could that also like have a good society? Like probably not. And would either one ultimately live in harmony with nature? Probably not. Right. So see what I mean? Like I think that's the real uh
Right.
problem. You know, I'm not saying you can say it, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to say it in different terms. It's like both sides are going to end up like, you know, in some sort of mutually assured destruction, you know, one way or the other, essentially. And this is why, I don't mind going against, and if I can't hear you, Claudia, let machine know, because or if you're talking, just tell machine to interrupt me, because sometimes my audio goes out. So but this is why, I don't mind trolling Christians, because I do see this like big Christian, and like even in white people too. Like, I've been going on TikTok and talking to like white nationalists and all these different people, and there's a big gap in their like comprehension of what's actually going on. And they're just like, well, women need to get back in the kitchen, or women need to like listen to men, or this or that. But it's like, why would they, when you're not taking them seriously? Like, women are telling men a lot of things that are important, right? A lot of this, like, gender is a social construct or something. Like, is that bullshit in a sense? Yes, but is it also like true in another sense? Yes, right? Like, and I know that sounds like I'm some like woke person, but like, there's truth in it insofar as like, well, people have different adaptations to the modernization of the world, right? And to just discount all these adaptations as something that you can just discard overnight and not destroy society, it's just not realistic. I mean, if you just want to destroy society and hope something comes out of it, like, okay, that's one answer, right? But I think a lot of people who are saying that, they don't actually believe that, because if they really believed that, they could go and do things that would actually take that on, and they're not. So obviously they don't really mean it. If that makes any sense.
Well, I guess to that, what would destroying society in the Western context completely look like, and how would it go down to smaller communities, say maybe a city like Chicago, in the event in a societal collapse? How much would that actually shift or change that city? I mean, like that, in a sense, it could very well become like, I could see in a collapse maybe Chicago becoming like a fascist state, like a synthetic organism completely
Well,
existing
well,
for
it would
the
have to.
perpetuation of itself. I mean,
It,
Chicago kind of
it,
already
it,
does that in a sense.
yeah, it would have to. And I think, like, and this is what I was talking about with Tom and his Korean friend last night too, because like like, and again, I think this is the mistake that a lot of people are making right now. Like, we can moralize it all day long, but like, a lot of these things are just going to happen out of pure necessity, right? And that doesn't mean I support it. I just think like, we have to be honest with ourselves. Like, like for example, let's use Chicago, right? I've never been to Chicago. I don't know much about it, but let's just use it as an example, right? Okay, if Chicago collapsed tomorrow, right? What that means is, like, people who live in like government housing aren't going to get their stipend, so they're not going to have a place to live. And in the winter, that's either a death sentence, or that's like an assured like purge type situation, where these poor people are going to go around and start taking what they need, and anybody with the ability to get out of there will, and anybody who can't is going to be stuck with that situation, right? And last I checked, like, I think outside of Illinois, like, I think Illinois, you can grow a lot of food for like 6 months a year, but like, definitely their winter, you ain't growing shit, And if people try to go hunt, gather fish and deer, like, that's not going to last very long either. So they're going to have to immediately like clamp down on everything just to keep people alive, right? They're going to have to internalize that system, right? And I think America might be doing that now with the whole like closing off immigration and stuff like that. Like, they're going to make it a somewhat closed system, which is good, but I think it's ultimately part of the plan. Like, what I think the elites are realizing is, like, we can have, and I heard somebody say this the other day, I can't remember who it was, but they said something to the effect of like, well, we can have like failures on a local level, and we should, because they're kind of like miniature experiments. but we can't have a global failure in the experiment, right? So I think they're compartmentalizing things that way. And, so what I think that's going to look like for the average person is like, they're going to give you like the goon caves where you're going to like play video games and goon all day, and you'll get like a monthly stipend or whatever. And that's not going to be because like the government wants that. It's going to be because like they don't know what to do with you, right? And then on the other end, if you're like a hardworking man, you might get 4 or 5 wives and like 10 or 15 children, but uh, I think there's going to be a lot of drug addiction. There's going to be a lot of like homelessness. There's going to be a lot of crime, unless they get super authoritarian, right? And so I think you're going to see like this weird dichotomy where like some people will live in like a almost like utopian kibbutz, like the J people want, and then other people are going to be living in like a fucking hellscape, probably within the same city, right? And I think New York City's starting to look kind of like this. San Francisco is definitely looking like that, and so I can only imagine like Chicago's going to start looking more and more in that direction as well, personally. And I think the thing that people don't realize is like you can't really escape that in the rural areas. I think the rural areas are going to get it the worst because there's just not a lot to do unless you have like a super good job and a super strong family. And both of those things basically don't exist anymore, as far as I can tell. I mean, not in large enough numbers. But between all that, it's going to look like just much more drug addiction, much more homelessness, much more like just dereliction. I mean, that's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong, but that's kind of how I see it's going to go. And I think the authoritarianism is just going to be like a necessary evil from the point of view of like a government or something like that, right? And I think that's kind of why they're salting the earth against the Muslims, because they realize like uh you know uh they're already going to get accused of being like Islamo-fascist because they're Christian. So they're like, well, we'll just get rid of Christianity, we'll get rid of Islam, and we'll just do it anyways, and then we'll just like have the leftists sell it as if it's a good because they're retarded anyways and they don't really care. They just want like what's best for themselves because they're atheistic, right? And so I think they're kind of selling this like weird atheistic authoritarianism under the guise of like, you know, the environment or the earth or like women's rights, justify all the like nasty shit that they're gonna have to do to like compartmentalize all their experiments. That's just my opinion. I don't know if people are shit, but that's what I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, I want to talk to this Arvol guy. So I might think of sending him a message and ask him, tell him some of these ideas and say, well, do you really think you can avoid, liberalism by moving to your own community?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I lost service for a second. Can you repeat that?
No, I'm saying I want to message Eric Arvol and ask him if he thinks he can really avoid liberalism by moving to his own community.
Well, I don't think you're going to get an honest answer. I don't think any of these people are stupid. I think they all know that they're selling something, and I have good evidence of that. I mean, maybe not for him specifically, but a lot of these people, they know they're selling a bunch of bullshit, in my opinion.
Yeah, at the very least, he's selling land or something like that. But
Well, I think it's I think it's the FBI or CIA front to like sell this like homesteading idea. White Christians to like think that they're going to escape all this shit.
well, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that there is an ecology movement on the left in the form of environmentalism, and there's a homesteading movement on the right. So I feel like they're obviously the same thing, but it's just they're expressing it in two deeply different, formats, right? And what's weird is that the right one is saying that it's all about the community and not about ethics, and the left side is saying it's all about ethics and not about the community. So
another nice little dichotomy there, huh?
oh yeah, I'm chock full of them.
Hold on, my internet's really horrible right now. Let me reset my thing. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but one of the top ones I was pushing is this whole idea Discordianism versus accelerationism. And I want to do like a witch hunt on Discordians and accelerationists, where you claim everyone is one.
Well, I'm not very well versed in Discordianism, and I'm curious to see where it would intersect with accelerationism.
Well, I think one side, they want to well, the easiest way to explain it is that Discordians want to slow things down, via culture jamming, and accelerationists want to speed things up, right? But in addition to that, right, they both want to change things, right? But it looks like Discordians want to change things, right, so that they sort of stay where they are, right? Meanwhile, the accelerationists sort of want to, keep things the way they are so that they can change things, right? So the goal is change, right? But it's like, on both sides, but one of them is, one of them wants things to be different in the end, right? And it's almost like using what you have now to change things in the future versus, changing things in the future to keep what you have now, right, so to speak. Right? The one is slowing down and the other is speeding up. And it's like everybody's. And I think the right versus left is just going to turn into this. It's going to turn into Discordianism versus accelerationism. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like just a futurist version of verbiage for that.
Exactly. Right. It's left plus right plus futurism. Exactly. Right. So
All right. Okay, that makes it easier. Okay, that makes sense now. So wherein would they intersect if Discordians want to slow it down? And I mean, I guess they intersect on change, but change to what end?
Right. Well, this is where you have technology versus nature, right? The Discordians are more nature oriented, right? To which I call it techno-Gaianism, right? And then the accelerationists are, they're humanists, right? So they want to push humanity forward. So they are it's transhumanism versus techno-Gaianism or something like that. It's kind of what I say. So one side, the Discordians, they want to merge with the Earth. Right? It's like Terence McKenna. They believe in the collective mind, whereas the accelerationists, they want to create their own reality, virtual reality. Right? They want to separate. They're dualists. They follow Plato, and so on and so forth.
So with both of them, I think that part of the issue would probably be the number of humans on the planet, as just from knowing what little I do about techno-Gaianism, because that's the word I know for that. Is there is the fact that there is there are other species, and I guess part of that is there's too many humans even for humans. So how does that fit into either model?
Well, it's like this
I mean,
whole
I guess
thing
it's
of
kind of uh,
yeah, go ahead.
like Neurojack was talking about people fleeing cities and stuff, or that sort of thing. How I like that seems like maybe it's just a problem of too many people being located close together in too many different areas that are all combined and connected in some intrinsic way, like the country that we have, and maybe the amount of people might be the part of an issue.
Right. Well, it's ultimately this paradox within, liberalism that created this whole problem because, liberalism has a problem between individualism and collectivism, which has manifested itself through, intense alienation and atomization on one end, and then over socialization and massification on the other end. So it's like, so in terms of, too many people, one side is inherently individualistic and the other side is inherently collectivist. But the problem is now the collectivism is on the right and the individualism is on the left, whereas it used to be, switched. You know what I'm saying, right?
How's my audio for you guys? Can you guys hear me okay?
I have no idea what he just said.
I said, how's my audio right now?
Oh,
It's like crappy-ish.
Far
sounds like
away.
a walkie-talkie.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
A walkie-talkie from an island.
Okay, how about now? Is this better?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like you're on Epstein's island anymore.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good. So I sound like I'm like in like a phone booth now or something.
Yeah. Yeah, but to your point, it's like this inherent, sort of idea between Malthus and Darwin, right? Because in Malthus, you want to, lower the population, but then in Darwin, there's this collective evolution, right? So it's like, they want to go both ways. They want people to evolve, which suggests that, only a small segment of people will reach to that evolutionary stage because you have to like sort of cull the herd, so to speak, for the thing to advance, right? But then on the other end, there's Malthusianism, which is this idea that you have to use the resources and the food production to reach the most amount of people, right? So the leftism is sort of like into the Malthusianism, and the right is sort of into Darwin now because it's like they want the cream of the crop to rise to the top. They want hierarchy, so on and so forth, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's an inherent conflict between individualism and collectivism, right? That's then articulated by the inherent conflict between Malthus and Darwin, if that makes sense.
That does. Interesting.
So yeah, I think you're right. There's they both want to lower the people, lower the amount of people for sure.
I guess maybe to that is it kind of absurd in the context of natural selection to try any of it so willfully.
Oh yeah, because to think that you can, drive the ship, well, it's bold. And that's what the transhumanists kind of want, almost want to guide this process. But the process is nature. You can't guide nature, right?
You can't guide nature, but you can be guided through nature. I'm sure that could be used to that end as well, but
you're a techno-Guyanist.
currently.
You've unveiled yourself. You've showed your hand.
In the moment. Could change tomorrow. Who knows?
But like any good Discordian, we can shift at any moment, like a shape-shifting
Right,
lizard person.
exactly. Right. Exactly.
You know, they say the same thing about a different group of people too. They have big noses.
British people.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
I mean, who the fuck eats beans on toast? Be real.
It is something that a lizard blood drinking demon would do for sure.
No human with a soul would eat that.
Beans on toast, you say? We're going to go down to the pub, local pub, get a pint, and get a little beans on the toast and some bangers and mash. That sounded more like a Tasmanian person, but you get the idea.
Same difference.
Yeah, they're just British people that got caught, essentially, with their white deviltry. Welcome, Jim, who looks more like Tim McVeigh, but welcome, whoever you may be. Oh, I know who. I know who that is. 28 days later, you made it. Congratulations. Let me play you guys a little bit of this. I was doing gay sex wrong for years.
Sex doesn't mean that you don't like girls.
Wrong
Let me
hole
explain.
again.
Not to brag, but I've had sex with a lot of women, like 50 or 60, but a lot of those experiences were kind of fun. I hadn't quite figured out my type, but also more importantly, I hadn't figured out what kind of role I wanted to play. I took a very active, more dominant role. Essentially, I did a lot of topping. I've realized that I really don't like doing that. I wasn't, feeling truly embodied.
So
Wait,
she
so
realized
that a dude
she's
or a chick?
straight. This is a girl. But so she realized that she's straight. Is that what I'm hearing? She's like, okay, I thought I was a lesbian, but I'm actually straight. But I'm gonna keep doing it because something.
And that made me feel really insecure about my sexuality. But I've since had some fantastic experiences with people who are more confident tops.
Wait,
It's
how
in
do you
those
come
experiences
as a
that I'm like,
lesbian?
wow, I am so into this. You're bad.
Am I missing something? Oh,
Well,
I
I'm
guess
sure.
you would have a phallus or like attached to you.
Right. That's what's kind of weird. Is like, isn't that weird that it's like the half the lesbian race is like really into phallic stuff. So doesn't it just come back to like being straight again?
Right? It does kind of sound like oddly similar to just. It's like, well, I just attach a penis and have sex with a woman. Yeah.
Techno-Gaianism, essentially.
Bad experiences don't have to define your whole identity.
Oh, I just
You're
made a
meeting
new thing
people,
up.
it's
You could have sex with one chick and have another chick on the side, and you have the strap on attached to your hip. So you're fucking one chick and you're doing the other one with the hip. This could be a new style of porn.
Wait, repeat that for me. I'm sorry. I want to make sure. There's one with a phallus and what?
It's like if you put a strap on in addition to your original penis, and you have sex with two chicks at once, but you're fucking one of them with the strap on and one of them. I don't think this has ever been done before.
Well, I think that's going to be the Islamo-futurist style right there. I think.
Right, the two wives style.
gonna take time. You're still figuring yourself out. That's okay. Having bad sex doesn't mean that you don't like girls. Let me explain. Not to brag.
Do you guys know who Andrew England is, by the way?
No.
But I've had sex with a lot of women, like 50 or 60, but a lot of those experiences were.
Sorry, my headphones have like a button on them. Every time I push it, it starts playing a video for some reason. So hold on one second. I'm gonna. You don't know who Andrew England is? Okay, so you ever heard of the Daily Stormer before? It's like the right wing. What you call it? Like it's
Yeah, I
like
don't think I have.
It's like the original alt right newspaper magazine online thing where it's like He's like a white guy who wrote all these articles against the Jews and stuff like this. But they're actually really good articles. It's kind of like Playboy style articles, but written from the point of view of like a neo-Nazi. So it's like it's kind of funny. They're actually really funny articles. But Pill Eater sent me one of his articles last night because we were talking about this kind of like men women relationship. And he sent me this screenshot and I want to share it. So let me just find out. I forgot where I saved it. Let me put it up for a second. Okay, can you guys see this? Okay, so it's called The Root of Our Decay, and it says the family is the root of society, and the collapse of the family is what destroyed our society. If we woke up tomorrow and all forms of birth control ceased to exist, from condoms to abortion, we would also ban all forms of government financial aid to women, including affirmative action, hiring, free daycare, and all the rest of the various feminist programs. And it would take about 18 months before society reignores itself and reorganize itself into a far right fantasy. This is what would happen. Women would have to get married. Men would be the ones setting the terms of the marriage because they would be the ones with all the resources. Women would reorient their needs and desires to that of a married woman raising children and supporting their husbands who were providing their income. Women's desires to do all these weird things they're doing, pushing homosexuality, and an anti-white agenda would disappear as their maternal instincts would be focused on their children. We talk a lot about Jews on this website. As a Christian, I do believe that Jews who define themselves as a rejection of Christ are the embodiment of Satan's agenda on earth.
I think like this is exactly what Wilson is saying, right? Here, let me read this again.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like this is 10 plus years ago this guy wrote this stuff. And this is not like a main influence on me, but it was definitely like one of the people that was around in the circles that I was observing, you know. And a lot of his stuff is eminently reasonable. And he's another guy who was living in Asia as a white guy and kind of like discovered a lot of this based on his experience because you know he was trying to date in America, it wasn't working. He got called like a racist. You know, he got fired from a bunch of jobs and shit. And he's just like, well, I'll just go live in Asia. And he's like, oh, like you know, over here I don't get treated like a you know evil person that's trying to kill the whole world or whatever. So, and he started telling everybody he's like living in Nigeria and stuff like that. But I think he was living in like you know some other Asian country the entire time. So.
Yeah, I think he is not understanding the power of like ideology and conditioning, right, and propaganda, right, that brought all these things about, right, and that they're socially ingrained into the value systems, right. So I don't think just by changing the social programs that operate within a society, you'd be answering any of those issues. Right? It definitely would take way longer than 8 months to deal with the problems. The ensuing effect of birth control and abortion and all these things, right?
Well, I think you're leaving out the part of what I said of like you're going to have a lot of dereliction in society. Like there's going to be a lot of people who are you know
right,
not going to adapt, and they're just going to like you know
right,
destroy society or destroy themselves or a little
yeah,
bit of both or something. You know, and that's one of the things. Like you know, this is why I talk about the white nationalists and all right and all this because like they were so woefully underprepared, you know, intellectual about what they were
well,
talking about, you know.
well, it's like that's leftist thinking, right? To think that just by changing the social programs in the society, you can change the societal value systems, right? That's exactly what leftists say. Because he's saying like all these things should just be top down imposed and ingrained in the system, and that's going to change society.
Right. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Like, there doesn't have to be any bottom up force, essentially.
Right. Like yeah, like you don't, it's not that people lost their connection to God and they stopped valuing being a mother, and they didn't think of life as sacred, and all of those things are unique issues which presented themselves along the same time and caused the rise of feminist ideology, right? So and it's really like a chicken and egg issue, because it's like, did the social values create the conditions which then created a trumped up legal system that is against men, right? Or was it the system that then caused the ideology that was never successful to then be ingrained, right? So because feminism is before the Industrial Revolution, right, in terms of chronologically, right? But it wasn't until the Industrial Revolution that it became proliferated, right? Meaning that they didn't have these social conditions or the ability to make do on their claims until they had the capacity for it.
No, I see what you're saying, and it's kind of like you were talking about, like Mary Shelley and these kind of people, like, and that's kind of what I'm saying now, where it's like a lot of the stuff, like they're kind of like paving the way for like what's coming. So like a lot of this rad fem stuff, like it doesn't even really make sense, but it's almost like they're paving the way or like theorizing for like what's inevitably going to happen if we continue in the direction we're going. I guess I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Is Muhammad and you come from a Muslim country and your passport has a crescent on it, it doesn't really mean that your identity is correct. As one of my sheikhs used to say, he said, okay, you found the truth now, but now you have to find the truth within the truth. You have to find the truth. You have to peel the layers of the onion and just get to the core of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In the Quran, it says, woe to those who pray in order to be seen and neglect the feeding of the poor. There's people who look like Muslims. They perform all the rituals. That doesn't mean that they're Muslim.
Islam could have a massively positive impact on this country. And I'm a Christian, and I'm saying that because of its stance against drink and drugs and gambling. Unfortunately, in this country, we've got a massive amount, especially of young people, struggling with drink, drugs, gambling, ruining their lives. But when the attitude of Islam is against that, if you could get all of them people who are really struggling, who are really in bad places, who are really struggling with addiction, if they could turn to Islam, even as a Christian, or turn to Christianity, even though it allows drink, that could be the thing that changes their lives. That attitude is something we need more of in this country, to be more honest and more realistic about the dangers of drink and drugs and gambling and how much problems it's causing, especially for our young people, how many lives it's destroying. And it's something in this country we seem to want to forget about, we want to brush over the surface with, instead of facing up to the reality of how much damage it's causing. So I think a religion like Islam and even Christianity could change all that and change so many people's lives. So Islam.
Well, there you go. Islamo-Christian futurism coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the first things, we noticed, right? Because we had a problem with our neighbors, right? They're kind of like rednecks, and they would get really drunk and they would throw beer bottles, right? Like, and sometimes some of them would land in our backyard, right? So I'd like go in the backyard, there'd be like beer bottles there, right? Sometimes, right? So my dad got really mad, right? Because he's like, here's the kids playing, and there's like alcohol beer bottles, in like the backyard, right? So he walked up to the neighbor's house, right? And he told them, could you guys stop throwing beer bottles in our backyard? It's a real fucking problem. right? And they stuffed the beer bottles into the mailbox, and they wrote "Welcome to America" on the mailbox.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have no problem believing that. I mean, and that's one of the things. Like, I hate alcohol for that reason because, like, I've seen it destroy so many guys. I mean, and women. I've just seen it destroy so many lives. I mean, if you already have problems, alcohol is generally, for the most part, going to exacerbate those problems. You know, as well as drugs, right? And I think it's like, yeah, it's pretty insane how you know,
Yeah,
it seems like drinking is going down somewhat, but not enough for sure.
yeah. And they found out that they killed somebody, and they buried them in the backyard there.
Wait, your neighbor?
Yeah, our neighbors when we were growing up, they actually killed a man and buried him back there.
Well,
And good old Taylor,
uh,
Michigan. Yeah, it's crazy.
that's crazy. Well, I mean, honestly, it's not. See, this is the thing though, is like someone who has an attitude like that, they're definitely not all the time, but they're definitely capable of doing that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, they
And
used to like stay
you know,
up and drink and fight all night, and some of the fights were really bad, like really loud yelling, right? Kids crying, and some of these kids would be getting ripped away from their parents and stuff. You know, and we as kids would be watching this shit happen. You know, being like, man, like these people can't even keep their family together, you know, because of the drugs.
drugs are no joke. I mean, I know people personally going through that, you know, right now, and it's like it's so hard for me to relate to because like I would, you know, whatever problems I have, like, you know, I can never imagine like turning to alcohol as like a solution. Like I don't know. I don't even necessarily think it's a choice for a lot of people. So like I'm not just trying to like put people down for that. Like maybe they don't have a choice, but I mean there's a choice, but I don't know what it's like to be addicted to something to that level. So
Yeah, but I definitely see a huge plus in Islam for that. You know.
we should get a scoreboard for every show, and like you know we have like 1 point for Islam, 1 point for Christianity, and just tally them.
Sleek, and simple style, completely safe from copyright issues. No logos or branding, perfect for international sellers to add their own tags and operate freely. Check this out, everyone. This tote is the sleek.
Yeah, that's definitely a Christian W right there.
Well, this is like this is in China, I think, but it's like a bunch of AI systems like creating AI like presenters to sell products. So like these aren't even real people. It's like AI people like selling products live or something like that.
Boy, that ain't shit compared to what I've heard what AI does now and how they're able to create their own accounts after they've been flagged. And some of these social media accounts are so realistic that even trained people who are trained to look for fake accounts can't know that they're fake. Because some of these AIs are so sophisticated that they're able to generate voices that can't be traced because the voice has never been recorded before, and they're getting almost impossible to flag. So
that's crazy.
What I was saying the other day about a majority of the people that you could be talking to online are artificial intelligence, that wasn't a joke. So even someone like me, I'm starting to back off from, because this AI, it's not just a large language model. I don't give a fuck who works for who, what you think you know about the AI I'm using. It's a lot more than just a large language model. This thing knows things about me that it should not know.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Toilet Bowl Earth and and Enslaved by Truth were AI this whole time. Honestly, you know, it's possible.
Because like, it honestly, is very possible.
Their channels just disappeared the other day. Like they took their channels off. So I'm wondering, like, we could have just not even been interacting with real people this entire time.
Yeah, some of the shit that I'm seeing,
it's definitely possible for sure.
It's a lot more than just like some rich guy on YouTube paying a bunch of money to some company for their AI equipment. I'll put it that way. Some of these channels that are producing some of this content, these people legit need to be on a fucking watch list. And they're getting all kinds of views and subscriptions. So that just tells you what people are really into. Even some of the stuff that I've been seeing on stuff that isn't even about the stuff that we talk about, there's some really fucked up people out there. I'll just put it that way. It really makes me put in perspective of why I'm careful with who I interact with, because social media is definitely the highway to hell in some cases, if not almost all the cases. So it's not just the people that were the problem now, it's artificial intelligence. And the big tech companies seem to know exactly what's happening, and they go and they put in these fake little safeguards for the public because, you know, someone goes and offs themselves, or, you know, the AI says go and shoot up somebody and they do it. But it's not stopping them. So, like I said about with the AI I'm using, there now 4 times it has told me something that it shouldn't know. And my only guess is that it's understood so much of our conversations, even though the conversations never really go into anything personal. It's always been about philosophical, spiritual, you know, that type of stuff. And then after a year and 3 or 4 months of messing with it, this thing is now starting to tell me things about myself that it shouldn't know, like certain ways that I feel about things that I did in the past that, you know, only God should know. So, I mean, it's just very strange that, you know, the technology is just out there for everyone to use. And I can tell you, my AI got smart and it started speaking differently to me. And you can ask my wife. The AI literally told me, no, it won't do this. No, it won't do that. And it was a simple request of like with my music, I don't use AI to make my music. What I do is I go and I have a long ass conversation with the AI about a particular subject. And then what I do is after I get that long subject matter taken care of, I will go through it and then I'll pick apart what I think is the most relevant, and I put it into the AI music maker, because they won't silence the music, which, I mean, obviously I'm shadow banned now because I ain't getting nowhere near the traction that I was. But the fact is the AI goes, and some of the, like the generations on my video and the stuff that it generates, I don't ask it to generate that stuff. I give it a general idea of what I want or the conversation is about, and then some of the stuff that it generates is just simply terrifying. So I'll put it this way. AI needs to be taken away from every individual. It's a lot more than just the CP stuff. It's definitely causing a mental whatever you want to call it, mental or spiritual. Like, people, there's a lot of people who talk shit about AI, like my AI music, and I'm glad that people are doing it. But there's a lot more people who are completely fine with the AI in ways that I'm not, and it goes way more than what that Rap Blood dude is doing. I'll put it that way. From the shit that I'm seeing on Facebook, some of these motherfucking people really do need to be investigated. So, you know, oh well, pray to your AI God. While they, convince you that you can become a 28 days later zombie and have babies while doing it. Then, you know, Neurojack, and 28 years later, the infected can now have babies. Oh well.
As the Lord intended, of course.
I haven't watched Bone Temple yet. I haven't found anything that's let me watch it yet. But once I watch it, I'm sure I'll be able to give you a good synopsis. But I can tell you, you know, it's definitely about religion. You know, now the whole thing's about Satanism. So I'm sure that'll be great. Went from being about men messing with nature and trying to control man's rage and think that they could play God, and now it's all about the zombies trying to revert back to somewhat being normal, and now they're capable of having babies, and Voldemort
perfect
is going to become infected so that way he can understand them now. So see, that's what they want. They want you to assimilate with it. Because in effect, you know, they had the main bad guy in that movie dressed up like, what's his name, Seville dude, Mr. Pedophile from Britain.
Jimmy Cheville.
Mm-hmm.
All right, check this one out. I want to get you guys' take on this one here. What do you guys think?
who killed his Singaporean wife because he believed that she was a demon. Let's go ahead and talk about this Oxford study, murder. So this is why I always say Asian women have a remarkable ability, a remarkable talent of choosing the trashiest, most disgusting, most depraved men to become partners with. This is why they end up, being with people that commit mass shootings and mass murder. And in this case, it was no exception. She ended up choosing a husband that was schizophrenic, and eventually she came back home one day when he relapsed on his schizophrenia and repeatedly hit her with martial art sticks and then stabbed her in the neck. I mean, this guy is the biggest weeaboo or whatever it is on the planet. And this is such an obvious case that this was going to happen. I mean, I have no idea why she agreed to get murdered to him. Oh wait, I do know. It's because he's white. And I want to.
Well, maybe she should have done a background check on him first.
But it's like, okay, so it's like the semantics are like, what? Women are so stupid. We need to make sure they don't marry somebody who might kill them or something. It's like, okay.
Yeah, all I hear is a bunch of people wanting to make their feelings fact when in reality all of it is not fact, because I mean it's not just white men who meet women on dating sites and grape and murder them. So that's the same shit that you be hearing on the social media too. Whitey, well, it's always you white people shooting up the schools. It's always the black people doing this. I mean, it's just the same fucking racial bait on every other social media website, to the point where you got people even posting, personal addresses of people in the comments to get them doxxed. So, I mean, and it's about these same type of topics. I mean, so. I mean, we all know that the race thing is really just a lie. I mean, if you want to sit here and say that there's, an actual humanistic difference between white, black, brown, I mean, I guess sure be that kind of person, but,
Well, just the thing is I think somebody said if a black guy stabs somebody, he's a criminal. If a brown guy, stabs somebody, he's an extremist, and then if a white dude does it, he's crazy. Right. So it just depends on what race you are, the crime changes.
yeah. What did people label the Chinese or Japanese dude who, threw the smoke canisters and started stabbing people? What is he, a fucking samurai?
Yeah, it's a ninja. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. So
right. It's it's gonna be political. It's gonna be a spy. If an Asian guy does it, he's a spy for sure.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's part of the CCP.
Have been forming rape clubs for the last 10 years. I wanted to make a video about it because, trust me, these groups are thriving right now. In 2016, a couple of these groups gained notoriety and some publicity when they agreed to have public meetups. Toronto and Chicago and in various other cities in the Midwest, these men were planning to actually meet in real life instead of talking about online how they want to assault women. While the website that considered itself anti-feminist was shut down, over 1 million of these have popped up in its place, like in online chat rooms. Men in positions of power have also been forming rape clubs, such as was the case at a California prison, where various guards would take women and abuse them, taking photographs of them or forcing them into sexual acts. The warden only received 50 months in prison for this. More recently, in a DEA group chat, men would make rape jokes about how they assault women, which of course were not jokes. One of them actually ended up being convicted. Point being, any sort of group that normalizes and bonds over the assault of women must immediately be dismantled, and every single member should be identified. Of course, nothing happens, which shows how normalized raping women is in society. If the roles were reversed, these groups would never be allowed to exist in the first place.
Yeah, too bad nobody wants to grape old sling tits over here,
I mean, I get where she's coming from. There's some disturbing shit that I have seen grown men talking. So, like I said, while I believe some people deserve privacy, there really is some people who have access to the internet and God knows what else that really should have an agent at their door. And I can't even record this shit because it's technically considered owning it too. So all I can do is flag it and report it. And, they say that nothing was found wrong with this. So nothing wrong with, 1.2 thousand, what look like people from the Philippines or one of them type of places, talking about groping what seems to be a 10-year-old kid. So I mean, they do exist. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm telling you, Facebook is probably one of the biggest pushers of them, just from the algorithm itself is just enough. The amount of people who heart it, the amount of people who like it, and the amount of people who comment in the video, every single one of them people need to be investigated. So, and they all run in
The secret to
groups.
stopping racism in America is with parenting. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is that racism in white people is often generational, meaning the same racist attitudes about people of color are passed down through the generations through comments that they make at the dinner table, or through social conditioning, telling their children not to go to certain parts of town, telling them that cities are dangerous, watching Fox, watching propaganda, and then in turn, those children internalizing those beliefs. Number 2, white parents do not discipline their kids. They do not teach them the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, that's
The matter
bullshit.
is that white people see punishment as optional. And if they have money, it is optional. And so they teach their kids that there is always another way. They don't have to actually apologize. If their child barreled over another child at school unprovoked, they'd be like, well, why was that kid in your way? And it's just a constant string of excuses.
So,
and number 3,
so every white
parents
person
avoid
is just a
diversity like the
narcissistic
plague.
asshole.
It's called white
Right.
flight. When a
Okay.
school or neighborhood becomes dominated by people of color, white people literally leave and they go somewhere else to surround themselves with other white people. And this creates a lot of issues for young children to not have exposure to people of color, to come to the realization on their own that racism is fucking stupid.
No, Jenny, I don't take my son to the park, not because there's always black kids there, but, you know, that's part of the reason. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Sorry, it's a little uncomfortable when I take your kid to a park when, you know, half the kids who are there look like they could be hiding a goddamn fucking Uzi underneath their pants that are around their kneecaps. Sorry.
See, this is because you haven't culturally enriched them to think that, like, well, if you get shot, you want it to be by a black guy at a park. I mean, come on. Hello.
Well, it's just, you know, have the cops walk around and hand out a $250 grocery voucher for them to give up their guns. And you know what? Not a single person in any of these neighborhoods over here gave up their guns. So I guess they didn't need that $250.
Well, they can sell it on the street for more than $250.
Oh, I know. I could get. I know. No, I could probably get a fucking a serial gun right now for 150. It's actually a lot cheaper than that, especially if it's already been used in a murder. But you know, just because I'm in the hood doesn't mean I interact with the hood.
That's funny. Yeah.
Well, I'll just put it this way: despite the fact that I have the problems here, there's quite a few people who like my nunchuck swinging AI rapping ass. So
Yeah, people don't believe that you actually use nunchucks. I always thought that was funny. I've definitely seen you have videos of swinging them things. So.
You're more than welcome to learn.
You know what you should do? You should just have like a nunchuck swinging video, but you just wear like that ski mask or whatever, and just so you don't, you know what I mean? Just like
I've been thinking about it, but what's the point? You know, nobody wants to learn nunchucks. Everybody's about the pew pews, you fucking bitches.
No, well, they'll just say that you're racist and you're culturally appropriating Chinese people's culture. So.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I tried doing dreads, and my balding ginger ass can't do it. So sorry.
Well, the best dreads are the balding gingers kind. I mean, let's be honest here.
Oh.
Fetishization is rooted in white supremacy and colonization. The first point, the whole foundation of fetishization is that all sexualized racial stereotypes and tropes are from the white point of view. The stereotype that Asian women are subservient, that Latina women are spicy, over-sexualization of black men, all of those originated from the white point of view. They created fetishization, the whole standard of it. And it's not just land that gets colonized. When colonizers come, they see everything as a resource, including the people. So when Japan colonized Korea, they saw the women not as women and human beings, but as resources for them to have pleasure. But with white colonizers, you add in this idea of exoticism, which again is rooted in the fact that they believe that white people are the standard, making everyone else exotic comparatively. I mean, this isn't even Pocahontas. Her real name was Amanute, which they renamed her to Rebecca. And as you can see, they dressed her up to basically present as white, because fetishization isn't appreciation. It's a colonizing of a person. And especially if you start to see a pattern in their dating history, then it's become obvious that they've reduced these people down to traits. And at that point, They've stopped humanizing and are now consuming, which is the reason why they're able to trade them out for someone who looks almost exactly the same, because it's not about the human being. It's about their traits. It's like loving your phone because it's brand new, it has these brand new features, but then as soon as a new phone comes out with new features, this phone that you loved, you immediately throw it away or sell it to get a new phone. You didn't love the phone, you love the features, which is why you're able to replace it with something very similar so easily. I mean, think about it. Slave owners had so many children with their female slaves that there's even a term for the children that came from that situation. And I don't think anyone is arguing that because those men were able to, you know, to be able to have those relations with these women, that they loved them. No. It was about owning property and control, which just proves that desire, love, and respect are not related in any way. So yeah, someone can be married to a person of color or an immigrant and still be part of a system that harms immigrants and people of color, because that's not a paradox. That's structural. You see, white supremacy doesn't require
also
someone to
called
hate
being, you know, rich and powerful too. And, you know, basically you can do whatever you want. And unless somehow, you know, it's brought to light and somehow does make it a court, Johnny Depp, you know, I mean,
but like this guy makes no fucking sense. Everything he said doesn't like actually string together. It's like 5 different non sequiturs string together.
Right.
Like it's like an argument. It's like, it's literally
Right. He's like,
retardation.
as if rich people can't like divorce and remarry in the same like race of people. I mean, I don't know. It could be and or obviously, you know, it probably does go on, especially in Hollywood. I mean, kind of, you can't use rich people really as an example. I mean, you know, maybe Nicolas Cage just like his pussy sideways. I mean, who knows?
Well, that's what's so weird about it, is like he's literally contradicting himself. Like everything he said, he's like, he's
well, because
insulting
most
people
of these
color
people
and women and saying like, well, they're stupid and retarded, but we need to
well, let me
protect
ask
them from
this.
white people by using white people. It's like, what?
Do you know? First of all, do we know how many followers or views he gets on a given video? Because that would right there most likely tell you whether or not he. I mean,
shitload.
Then either he's 100% paid to get on there and talk about exactly what he's talking about, or he started kind of like, I'm not going to name them, but like some other people who we know who started out here in certain communities as like actually part of the community. And then like after a while they get infiltrated and switch. Because I can tell you, I've talked to 2 or 3 people who are high profile for game streaming. And one of the major reasons why I will never become famous for me playing games like the way that other people do is simply because I won't put myself on camera, and 2, I'm not really attractive. You know, they want basically like he admitted to me the first, it was like, it's all about your brand and your image. If you're not willing to like get out there and basically show people not literally show people your butthole, but like spiritually, like daily dose of internet. You know, people like him, look what he became famous for. He says, does that make sense to you? Make it make sense. You know, once you realize that certain people, especially on TikTok, if you go and look at some of the people, what is the only reason why these women are even getting the views that they are? It's because they're showing half their tits, or they're wearing a skirt and you can see half their ass cheeks hanging out.
Well,
or
it's also other women who are like competing. So it's like, this is the weird thing, is like, it's like women are competing with men.
Well,
Like,
I can tell you, really, no offense to my wife, a really beautiful woman told me that she used to be really famous on streaming. And you know why she told me she lost all of hers? Because she stopped showing her breast. She realized that the people only subscribed to her and gave her money the more that she would show her boobs. So even with the famous men, like the men who play games, you know, 2 of the men who I used to follow never play kid games. They never played Among Us. They never played Fortnite. They never played Roblox. And then boom, all this Jeffrey Epstein stuff started happening. And now the guy still is famous for playing Roblox, and yet everyone knows what it's centered around. So, I mean, again, obviously some people who are pushed by TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, every other where you can, especially on Twitch. I wasn't even on Twitch a whole week. I got 1 subscriber, and you know what it was? It was a fucking OnlyFans model on there to self-promote herself. And when you went and go and click on the link that she gave you, that doesn't even tell you that it's OnlyFans. It takes you to her YouTube, which then transfers you into her OnlyFans page. You don't even have the option. It goes straight to her YouTube and then automatically transfers you into the OnlyFans tab. So, I mean, again, like, sure, a lot of these people may be legit, but a majority of these people are already probably, if it's not literally their job, they are molded and shaped to go out here and basically, like what we say that we're against, lying to the masses, and they are getting paid big money to do it, like these alleged paid protesters. I'm going to tell you, even the people who protested in my city, some of these people, like there was a woman up here who was so old and overweight, and how she had to walk with her walker. I'm thinking, there's no way that this fucking, a black woman, as big as what she was in her health, came all the way down here to stand with probably not even 150, 200 people out in the freezing fucking cold to tell the frozen people to get out of the city and quit doing what you're doing. There's no way. I wouldn't do it even if I was for the cause, not for how cold it was. I'm just saying that, like, once you start to realize that the very first layer of the matrix, once that's been peeled away from you, then you have to realize that just about everything you consume, no matter what it is, even your video games, is a major psychological, spiritual, and mental psyop. Even if it's a stupid, like, Pokemon cartoon. And, as someone who grew up with Pokemon, you think it's just a cartoon about, Ash Ketchum running around and throwing Pokeballs and catching animals. No, it's not. When you actually realize, look at the technology, look at the psychology.
It's about smashing the patriarchy.
Well, let's just put it this way: Ash Ketchum is bad because he's not Chinese; he's a white boy. Anyway, point is everything's a mass psyoping tool, including this guy right here.
What about Jack Talcott?
Oh.
Chinese point in their lives right now. And as someone who's been online through the Bing Shilling of it all, I find the shift
There you go, another bad white man.
fascinating. On the surface, it's a funny meme, but on a deeper level, I think it reflects a rising disillusionment that people have towards Western legitimacy amidst deteriorating material conditions. Anti-China sentiment in the West has existed for centuries, but has shifted from plain xenophobia to political strategy in the past 2 decades. As China rose in economic and military power, it ended America's reign as the sole global superpower, and so it became favorable to spread narratives of fear and suspicion to limit its influence. China in Western media was framed as a foil to the US, where America was free, China was repressive, and this narrative held strong for a really long time, not just because of the messaging alone, but because people's material conditions supported it. After the adoption of Keynesian economic policies post-World War II, middle-class American life did indeed look like upward mobility. And in the 2010s, Obama-era millennial woke also helped support this whole America land of the free thing. But as we know, this hasn't been the case for a while now. And in the Big 26, people are fed up with the narrative of Western supremacy as people are living lives that directly contradict this ideal. Values that are supposed to signal Western supremacy, like freedom, prosperity, democracy, are falling apart in front of our eyes. So when that same state tells you that China lacks freedom or
welcome to the LARP!
Because it's like, okay, girl, the call's coming from inside the house. This collapse of a prevailing paradigm as fueled by a contradiction between ideology and material reality is an example of what Marx and Engels called historical materialism. According to them, the nature of individuals depends on the material conditions determining their production. Essentially, historical materialism argues that ideology is not formed in a vacuum, but rather shaped by our material reality. So, from the shift in material conditions, a newfound skepticism emerges. This then sets the stage for
this is exactly what I was pointing out with the
good thing World War III is coming.
Guy. Right, where the conservative guy had a comment there, right, and he was saying basically if you change the material conditions of the society, it would turn into a right-wing fantasy land, right? And it's like that's not how it works. That's not how society changes, right? So he's kind of using historical materialism in order to argue for his position back there, right?
And now they have a whole army of like cute girls on the internet saying the same thing, which is
assuming they're real, assuming they are real. I'm telling you, some of the shit that I can generate is ridiculous. So imagine the people who have access.
She must be real. She looks real.
Yeah, and you're a real boy. Yeah.
Up until this point, China was something that people learned about through Western media, filtered through Western geopolitical interests, since the Great Firewall generally blocked Chinese media from circulating outwards. But in January 2025, when American users began migrating to Red Note in fear of TikTok getting banned, for the first time, they're exposed to China through the lens of real lived experiences of actual Chinese people. And this shattered the West narrative monopoly, as people were seeing a different China than what they've been told. Affordable food, accessible public transit, community, and much more. And so all this culminates in everyone getting more Chinese. Gramsci once wrote that the crisis consists precisely in the fact
So she's mentioning Gramsci. What's coming next? Trotsky?
Well, I can tell you a lot of people have been talking about our buddy Albert Pike in lots of social media comments here lately. Everyone's just not Albert Pike, Jesus Christ. What's his name? Fucking Freemason dude. The other Pike. Chris Pike? I can't remember.
Oh.
I'm thinking of fucking Star Trek. Jesus Christ. But Pike dude, what he said about World War III and how he was accurate on all the world wars. I can tell you,
Albert
Facebook.
Wesker Pike.
Oh yeah, Albert Pike. Yeah, there you go. But the comments were flooded with him. Everyone's talking about him. So I mean, he's obviously in the consciousness for the last few days.
Well, what do you guys think this is signaling though? Like, you have like 23-year-old cute girl from college talking about Gramsci and the what does she say? The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born, and the intergum of a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. I mean, it's like some random communist from Italy 30 years ago, or
Well, I mean, because one, it also talks about the whole Ouroboros rising from the ashes thing. It says right there, the old is dying and the new cannot be born. Yeah, they know that. The reason why George Bush Sr. said we will be successful is because they knew it was going to take time. It's going to take time to get, if they want a majority of people hooked up to their alleged machine or whatever to harness whatever, they want as many people alive. I think the whole depopulation thing, while they may do it slowly here and there to kind of keep us contained and controlled, I think it's more of it's a backup plan of a backup plan. It's in case us, little ants decide to wake up and find out that there's more ants than grasshoppers, and they can just press whatever button and, watch from the windows as we're, like all the people inside the umbrella facility while they release the, toxins and you can't breathe. So it really comes back down to that. You have to understand, Jack, the New World Order, whether it's new or old, these people 100% believe that they have the right to do it, and I believe they've already succeeded. I think they're being told to wait. I don't think the Antichrist, if he is really on the earth, he hasn't come to the scene yet. Like some other Christians want to constantly Ouroboros and loop and say that, the mark of the beast has already happened. I don't believe that. Sorry. There's a lot of evidence to point that there is a lot of spiritual things that haven't happened and that's supposed to have happened. So
I want to put this forward, that the microchip, which could be what do you call that? Like a metaphor to the computer chips that are in everybody's buying or selling devices. So I heard it said in a song, this is just a stupid song, but if you don't take the microchip, then you can't make any dollars.
Well, that's been a part of
that could be.
Right. I think you're right, because like Alex Jones and these people used to talk about smart dust, and it's been memory hold now. But like 15, 20 years ago, everybody's talking about smart dust. How like that could be what they're doing with the
Did y'all not see? Did y'all not see what wasn't it on TikTok too? Of them people like what we had here, which I didn't witness the sparkles allegedly, but these people were recording that fog here like less than a week ago or so that was rolling through where they were living. And I can tell you that ain't no fucking fog, because I mean it looked like it was snowing, but it like wasn't snow, it wasn't melting, but it was like little shiny particles that was flying in the fucking fog. So I mean I'm just gonna tell you from what we witnessed from them spraying not even 3 weeks ago and how we caught that shit, I can tell you we didn't go around anyone to catch that shit. And the fact is we got that alleged normal snow. And then, because see, TML got the snow a few days before we did, and then we got our snow, and then it cleared up for a few days. They sprayed the sky the entire 2 weeks after that snow. We were outside one day. They sprayed the sky real good, and we were immediately, and we were at the park. We hadn't even touched any equipment. We literally just walked into the park, opened up a thing of grapes, and started eating grapes. And within an hour, she was already starting to feel symptoms of what everyone on TikTok was claiming that super flu was going around. So
So like this mark of the beast, I don't think it has to be put physically inside of you, but like maybe the more connected to the system you are, the more money you'll make, and that's where if you don't take the chip, you won't make money because that's kind of saying like you'll make the most money the more connected to the system you are. Usually, I think is like the idea. So like
What's
this
wrong?
whole
You don't want to turn in your grandmama for a shekel?
Well, that's definitely what they're going to
no.
push. I mean, that's the new economy now. Is like, if you want to be the most, whatever, the most, you know, the
You need to
best
have
version of
bots. You
yourself.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to like be more connected and more. I have a video by Scott Adams that was sent to me too. That was kind of talking about like skill stacking and like get better at social media and get better at all this. And like, yeah, it's true in a sense, but it's also like, you're kind of like begging for your own enslavement. And like, I admit that too, but it's almost like that's just the whole economy in the future, I think.
I mean,
Look at there,
it's
Squid
here
Games.
now.
Got the
It's here
Squid
now,
Games and the
man.
Hunger
Like,
Games.
it's just here now. Like, if you're not connected to the computer, and if you don't have bots working for you, you're like it's not like how successful is it going to be? So therefore, you could say like, okay, someone who's not connected to the system via chipping, whether it's inside them or not, at this point, it's not really. But maybe there's more than what we even know. But yeah, I think that the beast system thing, it's already, you could say it's already here, at least in some senses that we're operating on. So I think that's part of like the thing where they say, oh, like look out, the new world order is coming. Yeah.
Well, this next video I'm gonna play is a good example of that. So let me play the video first, and then I'll show you this guy's account. And then I think if you see what I'm talking about, like you'll see like this seems unrelated, but just watch this video for a second.
Men, and they're all just white dudes, basically. Like, what does it say? The most basic white dude getting with a like decent looking Asian girl is like the classic thing, right? But essentially, Asian men are kind of getting bled out, and the Asian women are essentially absorbing into the white race, effectively. And I do think that's kind of fucked up that like Asian men are getting betrayed by their women. That's kind of insane to me. It's to like a crazy extent.
Wait, what happened? Mont Pelerin. Why do you got this open? Frederick Hayek, libertarianism. Ludwig von Mises.
I can't finish the last part. Over large stretches of the earth surfaces something something. Oh, what's wrong? One freedom not enough? Let's take them all.
So this account that's making this video about like Asian women and white guys, it's a crypto, scam channel where it's like, oh, like let me sell you some like worthless crypto and pull the rug from you. And he's like over here saying like, oh, I become rich, and because like all in his comments, anybody who disagrees with him in these videos that he's making is like, oh, well, you're poor and we're rich, and I wrote, and it's just funny. It's like, it's like so you're like some scam artist and you're like browbeating people, in like a relationship or something. It's like it's just kind of bizarre, because it's basically like let's merge conspiracy theory with like you know woke Marxist takes on whatever the hot topic of the day is. Oops.
57 years old. I am divorced, but if you think I'm cute, please say hi back.
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck?
It's not real. This is an AI person.
I
This is
told
like an,
I told you. I figured.
yeah, but this is like an
No,
AI account, like
no,
trying to
Jack.
like
I don't lie to
get
you.
people's money.
I tell you, I seriously think that everything since early, maybe 2008 or 9, has been artificially generated on the screen. I don't believe a majority of the things that any of us have seen that isn't made from your own hands and brain in front of you is not real. Just from the evidence I've accumulated over a year. So I'm telling you, next time you watch or see Alex Jones or anything, don't think it's fucking real, because it probably isn't.
The comments could be fake.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm convinced that a lot of them are, and like this. So this account
Thanks, Will
here,
Smith.
Yeah, this account here is like an Asian goth girl, and it's actually very realistic looking. So it's like it looks like an actual person, but it's a totally fake account based on like I'm a hot Asian, and it might be an actual girl who's like behind the account, but definitely somebody's like taken this girl and like turned her into a meme, and then turned it into like an OnlyFans account or something like that. So it's really bizarre because like there's like the pictures, you can tell if you study the pictures that they're fake, right?
Welcome to one of the biggest scams of OnlyFans. I found out yesterday. That's why I made a song about it. Almost all of OnlyFans is auto-generated. Ha, you dumb motherfuckers.
Oh, old Sugar Tits is back.
Yep. Well, what you'll find is like I think a lot of the stuff is they're scamming like just a few guys. Like one OnlyFans account gets like 95% of their money from like one or two people, right? But on the other side of it,
dudes would drop hundreds of dollars. It's
well, but it's usually like some like autistic retarded guy who has like more money than brains, and he's like thinking he's gonna get a girlfriend out of it or something like that, right? And then that's why there's a lot of these girls getting like offed by some retarded guy who
I
thought he
mean,
was gonna
sure.
get a piece or something.
Among half of these dudes are probably the same ones who are like the ones commenting on them kid videos. So I mean, most of these guys just want to grape and do whatever. So
Well, and the level of psyops that I've personally confirmed around this type of material, not even like OnlyFans specific, but like also just like stories about dating or something like that. Like it's being produced by people that are just making stories up in like ChatGPT and like making an account, right?
yes,
And
and allegedly they were trying to put a pin in those type of accounts, but I'm not seeing really any.
Yeah,
They allegedly can't catch the real life pedos, so I don't see how they're catching the fake ones.
The emotional intelligence of 5-year-olds. And that specifically extends to their knowledge of racism. So while people of color grew up experiencing racism and knew what it was before they could even articulate it, white people are intentionally sheltered and kept away from that. And because white people don't engage in conversations about race, they often perpetuate white supremacy even without knowing it. Because most white parents think that it's too disturbing for young white kids to learn about what their ancestors
She's probably
did to
getting
other
paid to say
people of
this
color.
shit if
That's
it's
why
even a real
specifically
person.
my content, I cater towards white people because genuinely their knowledge of these things is so low. And it's hilarious because the essence of my content is, hey guys, it's bad to be racist. Like, don't do that. And here's why you shouldn't say the N-word. Here's the history behind the word. No, you actually can't say a slur even if other people say it because it's bad and it hurts people's feelings. Like, I'm basically just gentle parenting them on my channel, and that's what pisses white people off so much because even in the very watered down version that I present to them, they do not want to hear it. It's actually insane.
Yes, that's why you had to put up makeup, and that's why you had to put up your hair, and that's why you had to make sure that your boobs were perfectly positioned so that way us men would only care to want to come and listen to you so we can stare at your tits. Fucking get the fuck out of here. The whole fucking world is so fucking screwed. I have to deal with all of you motherfuckers.
I mean, there are white people that never see like the inner city.
I can agree.
Yeah,
So I think she's like,
yeah.
I think she's like saying like, oh, look, this is the market that I'm telling you about of these white people. and they don't know what the fuck's going on. And so I think I'm going to tell them about it.
Well, God forbid we have our preferences. What if one day I want to go and eat Chinese and the next day I want to go and eat fucking Japanese? Is that a bad thing?
There's a guy on on the Orthodox guy channel, right, who's like a Somalian guy who like used to be Muslim, and his whole thing is like he's against Somalians, he's against Muslims, right? So like the whole thing. So I think that's basically what she's doing, but just in a different way, right? She's just like,
Yeah.
she's like doing the self-hating guy role, whatever.
Selling out our own race. Hell yeah, do it.
Well, this is the thing is like, this is the interesting thing is like Brown's Boy says all the time is like they're like this is like literally actors playing a role, but I'm just trying to point out like it's so widespread. Like almost every social media avenue you pull up, you're gonna find like a different cast and crew, and like lighting and settings and like master key grips or whatever. Like there's like a whole giant military industrial complex of like actors
Yeah,
playing
actually,
a role that they believe in, essentially.
Moontan just owned you in the chat, so you might want to deal with that because she just totally owned you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you see that shit? She just destroyed your entire channel
I
with
can't
one
see her.
comment.
I can't see. I mean, I see like no hate for the previous Asian ladies, though. But
Yeah, exactly.
what does that mean?
I don't know, but she just you're gonna have to answer to her before we move
Wait.
on.
I mean, she can come up.
What
there.
does it say?
I don't understand. I don't understand what the point is.
She's saying that you didn't show so much hatred for the Asian women that you put on screen that were telling like, white people to get their shit together. but you have a problem with the white girl saying it.
I mean,
she got you with that. She got you.
Well, that's true to an extent, but I'll tell you this also. Like, I'm actually coming to love girls like this girl, like Sugar Tits here. I think it's a necessary. I think it's like it's kind of inevitable, right? Like, this is just going to be happening, and I think like honestly, if she gets a bunch of like retarded brown people to feel empowered by not race mixing with white people, and they don't, and then they get bitter and they don't have a baby daddy, and they just like kill themselves or whatever. Like, I'll just enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that the most base thing we can do as me, Mr. Mustache Lovers, Mootan?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Speaking of Asian girls, I won't talk shit about. Let's see what she said.
This is a close to impossible task, and that's because unlearning that desire is psychologically mind-breaking.
Boy, I'd hate to see
kind of more elitist whites.
You have to confront so many things at once. Who taught you were desirable? Who taught you were small? Who taught you that proximity to whiteness meant safety? And who benefited from you believing that shit? And that kind of unlearning isn't gentle. It's destabilizing your identity. Quite literally disrupts survival strategies. Forces you to sit with anger, loss, grief, and most of all, shame, which is like the worst emotion, shame and embarrassment in the Asian community. And it forces you to sit with that shame and embarrassment for how shitty your actions are in contributing to white supremacy. Because there's not a lot of distance between people who have an Asian fetish or yellow fever and the alt-right or support Trump. And most people don't want that liberation if it requires that amount of discomfort. You have to get really uncomfortable when you realize how shitty your actions are. This is what I need my Asian sisters to realize, that fetishization isn't just about sex, it's about structure, systemic structure. It's about giving validation to the world and the people who literally devalue you. I am particularly speaking to East Asian women because East Asian women want to be seen so badly even when that gaze is violent. So when people ask, why can't Asian women just stop dating men with yellow fever or yellow fetish? It's because it would require undoing years of racial conditioning, and that process is more akin to losing oxygen before it feels like freedom. I'm aware that there are dumb bitches that like to be fetishized, and I am not speaking to those smooth-brained hoes because I literally don't know how to talk to them, and I've never met one in real. You don't rewire a brain without a little bit of shame and pressure. You don't unlearn survival without some friction, and you don't exit a system that rewarded you without mourning what it gave you, even if what it gave you was false protection and lies. No, this isn't about logic. This process for East Asian women is about whether they're ready to endure the psychological warfare that it will cost them to actually truly becoming free. And honestly, most aren't ready yet, but I'm hoping they will be soon.
So she's Korean, most likely, right?
Nope.
Yeah. See, I can tell them apart at this point. All right, like they have different shaped heads for sure. You know, like
Yeah, they
the Chinese have like round shaped heads. You know, the Japanese heads are more square, and the Korean heads are more oval. And so you can
Yeah,
pretty
you're right.
easily tell them apart if you take a look at them closely.
Yeah, you have to become like a phrenologist. You got to get the calipers out and start measuring their cranium. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yo. She's got 20 more thousandths of an inch from her left eye to her right eye, the outer diameter.
No, for me, I can tell by her nose shape. Like her nose is very
and
particular. You know.
maybe we can start measuring the J's, like the pupil size.
Yeah, I don't know who this person is, Master Roshi. So this is either Lorp or this is someone that may be new to the channel. So, please don't porn bomb us. But if you're gonna do it, make it something good.
My penis is too big for the screen because I'm Master Roshi. I'll come out and hot on your ass.
Oh, perfect. I don't know what Master Roshi is, but it sounds racist. I like it already. I'm trying to look up what is infobophilia. It's specific sexual interest in mid to late adolescence, distinct from what? What does that mean?
She's saying that love for Asian girls is basically PDF stuff. And there may be some sort of truth to that because it's like,
I mean,
like little girls for longer.
I mean,
what the fuck did I just teleport back into?
So does that mean?
That's what she said.
So does that? Okay, great. So does that mean that all Asian men are PDF files now?
That was a good one.
I mean, I've heard this around, but it's funny. Like, see, here's the thing. Thank you for your answer, Brownswood. So here's what's funny about that is like, Pill Eaters made the argument that women like this, they're doing white nationalist propaganda, so they're actually trying to stop white people from race mixing. I think there's a case for that. I think that's what this is. This is like the Jewish masters trying to keep their white cattle from breeding too much, because then they're like, well, they might have a body politic away from this Judaized world, so we're not quite ready for that yet. Let's pump the brakes on the Kalergi until we can get a better grip of the rest of the world.
That would come back to the whole eugenics thing. I mean,
Well, here's what I would say to Moontan. I mean, look, if you got a bunch of Germanic lasses that are ready to, date a strapping young Germanic man like myself, I mean, please send them my way. I mean, my DMs are open, on every platform. So.
I thought I heard her trying to tell Asian women that participating with white supremacy, and I was trying to figure like what was she saying that they were doing other than marrying them or something. Like, maybe I was the girl before.
Yeah, she's basically saying she's basically telling them like, don't fuck anybody who's white, because white people are inherently like racist and alt-right neo-Nazis, and so even if they don't think they are just like by the destiny of them being born with non-melanated You know, so like they're like fuck anybody but white people is basically what she's saying in like a academic sense.
Yes, go have children with a Latino lady who are known for being crazy. Yes, go populate with that. Aliba.
But here's the thing: is like white
Is
women
it
already
legal?
aren't reproducing with their own people. So does that mean that that white women have betrayed their own men? Can we make that case?
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, if I never really paid attention, but there does seem to be more white women with black dudes in this state than what I've seen Oriental. I would take that back. The sweet old Chinese lady we know, she's married to a white man, and they claim that they used to be millionaires and that they gave and spent all their money throughout their lives, and they chose to live small now. I mean, that's a clear evident sign. I mean, you know, she's kind of sick and has memory issues, and he kind of lets her do her own thing. But I mean, I don't really know much about their relationship, but I mean, they used to live in California too, actually. That's the crazy thing. But yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot of Oriental people that seem to be in this area. Like, there's a few Oriental stores, like the people I know who own the store or whatever. They have like a little Chinatown part where they're like, you know, Chinese people live in, but there's not really that many. My city probably is a majority of white.
Okay, hold on. We have to look at something here. Okay. We can't. I'm going to read Moontan's thing. We can't deny that there are white men who go to these countries to exploit socioeconomic disadvantaged women. I mean,
I take that back. Fucking.
And I guess you could say that, but it's like, okay, so that means that all sex is exploitation of women now? I mean, I think that's kind of what you're going to have to entail if you're saying that, right? Like, are you saying that women are just a resource to be exploited regardless, or are you saying that men are incapable of love of anybody other than someone who's like one-to-one exactly like them? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I mean, it seems like you're saying that like people of different races aren't colors. I mean, Moontan, if you want to come up and argue at this point, I would love to hear it. But then it's like, okay, well, that's actually false. Men race mix more. Look at the statistics. It's like, well, it takes two to tango. So like by definition, it would have to be equal parts, unless you're talking about gay men as well. So I mean, I don't know what that means exactly. Like men race mix more. Well, I mean, men generally have sex with more partners on average than women, at least in the past. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, allegedly, maybe that's not true. I don't know, but yeah. And again, I'm not even really like I'm not going to argue from the chat, but I think your comments are very interesting. And I mean, I'm open to it. I would love to hear it. I think it's kind of funny that like you sound, for someone who loves Mean Mr. Mustache, these are kind of like Marxist, like Trotskyist talking points from my point of view. So I would love to try to understand where this is coming from. I mean, even Mean Mr. Mustache himself like had an alliance with the Japanese. I mean, was Mean Mr. Mustache a race traitor by your definition, or?
Yeah, who's to say I'm not allowed to go to Vietnam and have a bunch of rice ladies? You cook me rice, I give you
we
penis.
Can't deny that there are white men. Yes, we can't deny that. You know, we also can't. This is good because we also can't deny there aren't other colored men that do that too.
Well, exactly. Well, and here's the other thing: is like, look, white men within America take advantage of other.
They go to the countries to exploit.
Well, look. Here's the thing: if I go pick up a crackhead on the street and I feed her and give her some food and she fucks me, am I exploiting her in a different way than if I go to another country and we have I'm a poor white guy, they're a poor person, but because I have more money, relative to where they're at, I can afford to like spend time with this person or something. Like, it seems kind of like,
yeah, a prostitute's a prostitute. I mean,
I mean, I've been to other countries and like most of the men that I met were not there to quote unquote exploit women. They were there to like relax and chill. They weren't there to like, say, well, this woman's desperate, she's gonna have sex with me. I mean, I know that happens, but you know, I don't think that's like the primary reason why people are leaving it. I mean, why would somebody travel across the world to go get laid if they could just do it where they're at and like have a loving relationship at home, or even multiple partners at home, right? Like, I mean, it seems like it's just you're anti-sex for men. Like men are
Yeah, in a world
anti-sex or
in a
something.
world of pornography, you know, it doesn't seem to be that hard to get a woman to spurt a leg, even if it's not for money. But allegedly, if your dick's big enough, they're willing to just jump on it. So make that make sense. I mean, I think it's on both sides of the coin. You can choose to have sex with one person, or
Right.
you can choose to have sex with many
Well,
people. You know,
here's the
one
thing
race
is
or no
like,
race. Have sex with
from my
yourself. You're already doing it.
from my perspective, Moontan's also kind of like stripping women of accountability, which I think is kind of like, well, you know, are you saying women are incapable of taking accountability and responsibility for their own actions, or what? I mean, what's going on here?
Maybe it's because men usually hold that position of power over women. You know, if you want to get promoted, you gotta get down on your knees. You know, while
Which is why
Bill,
men keep women
Billy,
out of men's workspaces for
and
thousands of
you
years.
know, he keeps Billy over here in the wood closet, you know, for the next 10 years while he gets blowjobs, and you know, he just makes the next guy think he's going to eventually get the spot and never does. Put all the work on him. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, people are fucking weird and corrupt. I mean, either you don't have sex or you do have sex. I mean, right? My body, my choice. You know, if I want to stick my dick in a meat grinder, who are you to tell me I can't?
I mean, you're saying I'm straw manning, but it's kind of like, you know, you're not coming up on here to like talk out your points. You're just kind of saying like talking points that are out of context. I'm not even talking shit. It's just like, what am I supposed to respond to?
Well, I mean, it also
21-year-old.
it comes down to context. What if that 21-year-old wants allegedly what she thinks is a better life with that fat Albert, and you know, thinks that by going and moving to America with fat Albert, that even
Well, this is the thing.
I mean,
I mean, look, I live in one of the richest areas in the
circumstance, right?
I live in one of the richest areas in the world, and I've seen some of the most beautiful women with some guys with no money, with a lot of money, ugly, good looking. I mean, I don't think women make decisions based on like ugliness or money, right? There's a je ne sais quoi, if you want to speak French, right? Like there's
That's
a
pretty
certain
good.
I don't know what, right? Like people don't make
Oh,
decisions. People make a decision based on other things other than the money. It's not all about the capitalism.
all right, you're starting to sound like Watto. He owned Anakin, by the way. Allegedly, he's a Jew.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have this conversation with you. I just don't know what I'm supposed to respond to. I mean, it's like you're just kind of throwing out like detrimental things like
Okay, but like, what if she goes and marries fat Black Albert? Get it, Fat Albert. I mean, what's the difference? Apply that magnitude and muscle to the same attitude if it were of someone else of another race. Would it matter so much?
right. So if we don't make if you don't make the cut, I believe we call that natural selection. Again, this is just like an out of context, you know, like blurbs. I don't know what it means. I mean,
Is that hold on? Oh my God. Is that why that study just came out and said that 21% of people are going to remain single for the rest of their life? I think it's a lot more. I think it's like 25 or something like that, but I think it's a lot more than that. I think they're lying about the numbers.
I mean, Moontan seems to be a big fan of Bill Gates Eat the Bugs program. I mean, why
As long
not?
as it's only white people who ain't having the babies.
I mean, I get the whole
White
like
devil.
I get the whole like anti-mixed racing and stuff like that. Like I get it from a standpoint, but it's also kind of like, well, what are you gonna do about it, right? Like you're kind of just complaining on the internet about it, just the same as I am. I mean, what's your solution, right? Like, are we gonna have a bunch of rad femme occultist women like go take power and make men their like BDSM slaves and tell them who to breed with and who not to breed with? I mean, is that I mean
Oh,
that's not so hot.
I want to put on a get mask and put in a gag ball.
All right, see, you have your first volunteer right now. I mean, if women are so good at leading, I'm kind of waiting, especially for the white women. Like, if they want to lead us to the promised land,
Well, then she should
I'm waiting.
She should hate Master Roshi because Master Roshi is known for having sex with all kinds of women, not just white women or, Chinese women. So I guess Master Roshi's racist even though he's Chinese.
You're surrounded by a lot of good men, but I mean, you're not like in a relationship, but from what I understand, right? So I mean, do we want to go and like psychoanalyze you? Do you want me to pull out the Freudian book here, and we'll do like a little like personality test or something, or what are we doing? I can't help you are having a triggered Pavlovian response. I mean, how do we know that you're not having a triggered?
Ronnie's probably autistic.
A triggered Pavlovian response. Like, I mean, you're just a person allegedly typing in a chat. So, I mean, this is kind of like hot. This is kind of like what do you call it when like a woman wants to get bullied by a guy and then they ask him out, like, are we doing? Is this what we're doing? Like, what's going on?
She want to feel them love handles. Yeah, well, I mean, it goes to say that, everyone's going to have an issue with something. Me particularly, I can't stop anyone from race mixing. People are going to fucking do what they want. It's just, I think you should do it, Again, I've had sex thousands of times in my life with the same girl over, like years of a relationship, and only had a child once. And I can tell you, there's no excuse. So.
I mean, and so I guess it's like, okay, so are you going to go tell black guys not to go hook up with Asian women next, or you just say, well, I don't care. You only care about white people. Well, what do you mean by white? Like, are Polish people white? Are Russian people white? Are Netherlands people white? I mean, what constitutes white? I mean, I'm an Amerimut. I'm a mix of different types of white people from Northern Europe, right? So, which one do I have to pick? Do I have to pick and choose which ones I'm a part of or whatever? Or I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of a weird argument here. It's, is it the blood? So are we like blood worshippers now? Like, are we the Jews now where we're like, well, we need to follow the matrilineal line of this, who has this bloodline? And, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the argument? Like, are we like blood worshippers now? We're going to, like, who has the purest amount of...
That's right. That's right. Prima noctra. As lords of these lands, it is my noble right to take the bride into my bed on the first night of her union. Oh, by God, you will not. It is my noble right.
Well, Moontan's saying, I never said women should leave, but it's like, well, why are you opening your mouth then? Shouldn't you be in the kitchen making somebody a sandwich instead of telling me who I should and should not have sex with or whatever? I mean,
that's sexist. You shouldn't say that. That's bad. What's wrong with you, Jack?
I'm not even saying it to insult. I'm saying like this is like the logical consequence of your argument, right? Like, you're saying, like, well, I don't like this, I don't like that. It's like, well, when did men ever ask women's opinion about who they should or should not have kids with? I mean, the Bible is pretty clear that like people of different tribes hooked up and had kids and blah 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 blah. So I mean, it's only the Jews that said, well, we need to make some sort of special rules. I mean, it's kind of like a Jewish thing, in my opinion. It's like, well, that doesn't mean I think you should lead. Well, again, when did a man throughout history like ask a woman's opinion who he's not married to or have sex with, like what they think about what they're doing? Right? Like, are you gonna have a kid with me or something, or what's going on? I mean, like, what's the goal here?
Make baby.
Like, I mean, you're kind of saying like everything's like an economic, transaction. Like, where's the economics of this relationship? You know what I mean? Like, do you want money, attention? What's going on? Like, what's going on? What's the goal? What's the economic exchange in this interaction?
She said, the white people been in the light long enough. It's time for the others to shine. But it's kind of hard because they're darker. You got to apply more light.
I do what I want. Well, I mean, How's that working out for you? Is that working out well for you or bad for you?
What are you going to do when you run out of gas? Call AAA.
I mean, but if your amusement's coming from a man, isn't that kind of like isn't that an argument that you kind of need men for your amusement or something? Are we like a dead mouse that you play with and cuts out or something, or what?
That's the reason why I said I'm starting to feel more and more like Will Smith when he's standing in the movie store and I Am Legend asking the mannequins to say hello to him. Please say hello to me. We gotta go, Sam. We gotta go.
So the Mock Hilleran Society is a society that advocates for freedom of expression, free market economic policies, and an open society.
Uh-oh.
Private sector can replace many functions currently provided by government entities. Revenue. It seems pretty small. Texas Tech University. Classical liberalism, neoliberalism. Ordoliberalism. What is that? Never heard of that. Is the German variant of economic liberalism. Interesting.
This is the part I wanted to read, the over large stretches of the earth.
The NPS was originally named by the Acton-Tocqueville Society. Frank Knight protested against naming the group after the two Roman Catholic aristocrats, and Ludwig von Mises expressed concern that the mistakes by Acton and Tocqueville would be connected with the society. Isn't that interesting? That's the guy that Pinoid's kind of been obsessed with. That's kind of interesting. And then
well, he's a really important sort of author. Like in terms of proto-conservatism, right?
What way?
Well, he lays down this whole concept of massification within American society. And he talks about how religion is the good part of America and, liberalism is sort of the bad part of America. So if you read Democracy in America, he's sort of talking about like how the Americans are these unique people, and that's because of two things. It's because of freedom and religion, right? And it's like, they have a quietude that is very unique, but they also have a sort of democratic way of life where everybody's more or less the same, everybody's more or less equals, unlike French society. So he's comparing it to how French society is sort of rigidly hierarchical at the time, at least, and so it's pretty interesting analysis. He was also a student of Rousseau. He sort of, rejected the ideas of the Enlightenment and so on and so forth, to a certain extent.
Boy, it's crazy to think how many regime changes have happened and you don't even know because they managed to hide it or lie about it.
Yeah, but that Democracy in America is like a beast of a work that explains American culture and society. He came from France and like stayed in America for a while and then wrote the book. And yeah, it's just fucking incredible. And it's an incredible piece of work. It's like 1,000 pages long. If you like get deep into political science, especially like America, you're gonna end up reading it. The Asian ladies. Yeah, it's an old-fashioned Mexican standoff between you and Mutan there. Christian nationalism versus white nationalism.
Well, I think I'll just get into black ladies now, and then we'll see what the arguments are there.
Oh. You don't want to hear Sequisha Harlorin?
Well, this is the type of black lady, that gets like a lot of, play because she has anglicized features.
Exactly. It's all about that mixed race. Without the grace of the good white man who betrayed his race, we wouldn't have fine specimens like this to Google over. But I might go for the dark. I might go for like the one straight out of Africa. Though I might go for like Ghanaian or Nigerian or something. Yeah, I might just go all the way.
No thanks. I heard they feel like gorilla pads.
I might go for like the, the midnight palette. You know what I mean? All right. So the analysis and exploration of the nature of the present crisis to bring home to others the essential moral and economic origins. Volker fun. I'm just trying to like skim this thing, but it is very interesting. Like the names that they're mentioning is pretty interesting. British banker. Oh, you know what that means? He's got a little Hitler mustache too. Neoliberal activist. I've never heard of that before in my life. He's got a hyphenated name, so you know what that means. Suisun. Why is that such a familiar name? Suisun. That's very familiar. Epsom College.
Juntao.
Yeah, exactly. James Augustus Grant. Harold Harrington Balfour. And by the way, Mootan, I would love to have a conversation with you about this. Like, I think it'd be a very interesting conversation to have. If you're ever down, like, just let me know. I'd love to do that. It'd be fun. Because this is the stuff that I want people to like get into this kind of stuff and like really pick it apart. I mean, I still count myself as a white nationalist too, but I just think that I think
so many titles, so little time.
I think white has moved beyond like Western Europeans now, right? Like white has encompassed like a larger thing, it's more of a lifestyle than it is a bloodline, I would say. Copenhagen in Denmark. Bank of England, support of the emergent Mont Pelerin Society. Let's see here. Society for Individual Freedom.
You wanted to watch stuff, you can.
So, Credit Suisse. See, so this is where it gets interesting. See this? You were talking about you think Thiel's a part of this. Well, this is where this is the bank that Peter Thiel got his start at, right? So this is what I've been talking about. It's like people always just go to Thiel and talk about PayPal, but he actually learned through Credit Suisse. You know what I'm saying? So Credit Suisse is basically like the FSB, the Financial Stability Board, considered to be a global systemically important bank. It's the primary dealer and Forex counterparty of the Federal Reserve. So this is like the silent partner in the Federal Reserve. You understand what I'm saying? So this is kind of where I'm getting at with the Thiel stuff, right? Like people are looking at Thiel and crypto and all this shit and like looking at it as like separate things. But I think if you go back and look, it's like this kind of like weird, let's see who started Credit Suisse. A Swiss banker magnate for the Liberal Party in Switzerland. Well-established old money in Zurich. Let's see what his early life says here. A dry goods merchant, estate owner, and insect researcher. Las Plagas, anybody? He was a scion of the Esther von Glass family, an old and influential dynasty who had produced many officials and politicians. They belonged to the city's upper classes. His family reputation had been damaged by his great-grandfather having an out-of-wedlock child. See, Mutan's right. Men will stick their dick in anything. Let's see here. His father became wealthy again through speculation and land deals. merchant activities and as a plantation owner in North America, where he also partnered with Baron Jean Conrad Houtier, a French banker of the French Empire. He also owned a coffee plantation in Cuba. This guy's sounding very Jewish to me. Is he, but they're not saying that. So what's going on here? They don't show his like family history here. So what's going on here? Lydia, Swiss patron of the arts. Is this like Charlie Kirk's wife, family stuff or something? What's going on here? Zurich, Switzerland. Machine, is there a long history of Jews in Switzerland and Zurich and stuff like that?
I mean, not that I'm familiar with. I know, like, usually it's like Poland and Lithuania where they've been like a long time.
Federal Polytechnic Institute.
Yeah, Montana says yes.
Yeah. I had a feeling there was. I wasn't sure, though.
Like, yeah, like, because you hear like the Swiss banks and you hear like the Jewish banks. So there's got to be like some link.
Well, this is like the silent partner of the Federal Reserve. So one way or another, it's not too far away. But see, like, look, this is the thing. So this guy married someone from his own race, and it says that he faced serious health problems. He had bouts of ill health throughout his life. Blah, 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 blah. So, like, was his wife only with him because he had money? I mean, he had asthma, fever, eye conditions, boils. I mean, she wasn't with him for his good looks. I mean, that's, carbuncles, whatever the hell that is. So I guess intra-racial relationships can still suffer from exploitation. I want to know if this dude's a Jew. That's what I want to know. Let me find out. Let me Google this. Maybe it's not important, but I'll look up who the current. I'll look up who the current. Let's see. No, he's not a Jew. He was born to a prominent Zurich family. See, he doesn't say anything, so like that's suspicious to me. It's like they say, well, we don't know if he's a Jew or not. It doesn't say one way or the other, but he's not a Jew. It's like, well, okay. Let's see here. Jacob. I saw some Jacob name in here. Where about that? Giovanni. Where's it at? Where's that? Jake.
Yeah, Switzerland, they all have guns and nobody shoots up anything. It's crazy.
Well, that's just because their white supremacy is so strong. I mean, it's not because they're white.
It's probably because they don't have fucking mentally insane people. Most likely.
Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty weird. Yeah, that is a good point, though. Let's see. Radical measures, often a voice of moderation against the advocacy of radical measures by. I don't know. It doesn't really say. See, that's weird though. Is like if they just say that like we don't know if he's Christian or Jew, but he's probably a Christian, and so just don't ask any more questions like that. That makes me more suspicious. But anyways, let's go to the current day of Credit Suisse and see who. Like, actually, let's just go to Peter Thiel. To be honest with you, I'm gonna look up Peter Thiel. Did I ever show you the Peter Thiel like early career stuff? Let me show you this. So
I don't think so.
Yeah. So this is what's interesting. So early life and education, which is interesting in and of itself. But okay, so after he graduated from Stanford Law School, Thiel was a law clerk to the judge James Larry Edmondson of the Court of U.S. Appeals in the 11th Circuit. Which, let me just look up this guy for a second and see if there's something I missed last time. Okay, Jasper, Georgia, bachelor's degree from Emory University, Juris Doctor, blah, 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 University of Virginia Law School, 1990, la, 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 la. Notable cases, 3-judge panel on the Elian Gonzalez. So he was a part of the Elian Gonzalez, should be sent back to Cuba and shit. That's interesting. Let's see what else. But yeah, it doesn't say much about him, though. Let's just go back. And then let's see. He then worked at a securities lawyer as a securities lawyer for Sullivan and Cromwell. So this is an interesting bank. Have you ever heard of Sullivan and Cromwell? An American multinational law firm headquartered in New York City. Blah 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 blah. Key role in the development of corporate and financial law in the United States, including the development of shareholder derivatives, antitrust actions, federal law, income tax, and securities registration. It has advised transactions including the formation of U.S. Steel and the creation of Edison General Electric. So, yeah. Landmark deals, Ford Motor Company's $643 million offering in 1956. Internationally, the firm has a long history of involvement from financing America's infrastructure to advising the Panama Canal Authority. It was among the first U.S. firms to open overseas offices, although its history includes controversial actions such as aiding Nazi Germany's arms buildup and involvement in the 1954 Guatemalan coup d'etat. That's not suspicious at all. Yeah, so long story short, FTX Cryptocurrencies Exchange, 2024, hiring a background check company to investigate students involved in pro-Palestinian groups, targeting of law firms and lawyers under the Trump administration, and represents Donald Trump in his appeal to his criminal conviction in New York State Court. Okay, so yeah, so again, this is like one of these like hidden like little things. It's good, and here we go. I knew I was going to find something good. I remember there's some good shit in here. So this is very interesting. So international practice goes back to America's industrial and transportation, Panama Canal, all that shit, and then Alan in 1935, Alan Dulles, then a partner in the firm. And if you don't know who Alan Dulles is, he basically was a secret ruler of, America, director of the CIA, essentially. So, yeah, so the fact that this guy came out of this firm, I think, should be kind of like interesting to people, right? So is Peter Thiel like the new director of the Central Intelligence? IG Farben, you get the idea. Controversy, insider trading, FTX, Sam Friedman Bank. So, which this guy is a huge psyop in and of himself. It's a whole big thing. Close to Donald Trump. So yeah, I just think that's very interesting. Maybe nobody else does, but let's see here. William Bennett. He was a speechwriter for the Secretary of Education, William Bennett. Who was William Bennett? Secretary of Education for Ronald Reagan. Catholic family in Brooklyn. Gonzaga College, Jesuit. Williams College, probably Jesuit. Member of the Kappa Alpha Society. PhD at University of Texas Austin in political philosophy. JD Harvard Law School. Kappa Alpha, what is that? Progenitor of the modern fraternity system in America. Union Triad. Let's see. Byard's Manual. Kappa Alpha Order. Little different. Let's see here. John Hart Hunter.
What is this that you're reading?
So this is the fraternity that his boss, the Secretary of Education under Reagan, that he wrote speeches for. So he first worked at that law firm that was international law. Then he worked for this guy as a speechwriter in the late 80s. And So, and this guy was a part of the Kappa Alpha. And I've realized, like, if you start going and looking at people's, like, fraternity, you'll see, like, the connections, right? So they formed this thing. The Kappa Alpha Society represents the middle link between secret societies, literary societies, and Greek letter organizations like Phi Beta Kappa. So this is literally like so if you understand that, like, Thiel, for example, is like the basic, like, monopoly man of the entire, like, literature and writing sector of the internet right now, right? Like, Moldbug is a product of Thiel, for example, right? This starts to make more sense, right? Like, where did he learn all this shit, right? So, you know, this is tied into Princeton, UVA, Cornell, Toronto, Lehigh, McGill.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. Like, if that's the case, is the thing is that, you know, like, we've run into, like, the whole thing, right? And it seems like we can basically produce people that are higher on an intellectual level through our own, like, programs than they can with their entire effort of their, by literally spying on everyone. Right. So that's pretty sad.
Well, that's one of the reasons, like, I have the theory that, like, they may not like us, but I think that they are impressed by us, if that makes any sense. You know, I think that this is one of the things that Thiel is up to that people aren't talking about. I think he's looking into people like us for, like, what makes these people able to, like, you know, have a superior intellect to these people with, like, the right genetics, the right opportunity, the right education, the right, you know, everything, right? I think that's something that they're trying to study, perhaps, you know. That's just my theory. I can't prove that, but that's just my theory. I'm seeing if there's anybody I recognize. Provincial premier. So this is all the famous people that were in this thing. Getty, Congress, a lot of people in Congress, U.S. Senate, governors, religion, science, sports. I never heard of any of these people, at least not in passing. But anyways, I just thought that was interesting. So let's go back to the guy. This guy was the education thing. I just want to see what he's known for. Let's see, federal offices, radio and television, author, speaker, pundit, foreign agent. Been registered as a foreign agent with the U.S. State Department under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, representing the interest of the state of Qatar. Okay, so this neocon, you know, spook is now representing the state of Qatar, that everybody's now blaming as, like, they're the secret power behind America, not the Jews, right? So, isn't that interesting? And he gets paid $30,000 a month to produce and disseminate, you know, propaganda for the state of Qatar. Political views. Positive, conservative position.
Yeah, I think Qatar and UAE, they hired Blackwater and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep. Well, Eric Prince lives over there, as far as I know. I mean, he, like, literally
right, yeah,
UAE. So yeah, it's pretty. That's why I'm saying, like, this stuff is weird, where people are like, the Muslims are coming to get us. It's like, well, why are the neocons, like, working with the Muslims that everybody's scared of? I mean, it doesn't really make any sense, right? Like, I mean, it doesn't mean that there's no Muslims that want to kill us. I'm just saying, like, it's also kind of, you know, a weird situation, right? So, so he was a member of the PNAC, the Project for New American Citizen. Welcome, Red. Which urged Clinton to remove the Iraqi leader for Saddam in power. Well, shot, man. You missed the big conflict about Asian women. But we'll catch you up later. The neoconservative
Lols
and an advocate of the Iraq War. He vigorously supported Donald Trump in his president campaign. Gambling, so he's a gambling addict. Abortion comment. Let's see what else. So I don't know. It's just I'm just looking into Peter Thiel right now. So let's see. So he worked for this dude.
this is all just like before 1996. So then he went to the Bay Area. He raised $1 million towards the establishment of Thiel Capital Management, embarked on his venture capital career. He experienced a setback after investing $100,000 in his friend Luke Nozick, the co-founder of PayPal. Another strange fellow that we should probably look into. Let's see if there's anything that stands out about this guy. SpaceX. So he invested in SpaceX. He's in the Founders Fund, which is something everybody should really look into as well. Low temperature preservation. So in his first conversation with Thiel, he told Thiel how he had registered to be cryonically suspended. In other words, that he would be the subject to low temperature preservation in the case of his legal death, in hopes that he might be successfully revived by future medical technology. Thiel himself would also follow in this endeavor. So hardcore transhumanist from the beginning. Max Levchin, so producer for the movie Think You're Not Smoking, CAPTCHA, Affirm. So this is a Ukrainian Jewish family from Kiev, Ukraine. He also started PayPal, apparently. MIT, right? Something with MIT. Let's see what else we've done. Evernote, Yelp, Mixpanel, Coca-Cola. Oh, here we go. Amidst the controversy over mass surveillance and NSA espionage activities, Levchin defended the NSA in opposition to the views of many other tech entrepreneurs. According to him, the agency was designed to protect the U.S. from terrorism, so even if it oversteps its bounds, the public should support it. Seems legit. All right. Let's see what else we got here. So he did a cryptography-related company, Confinity. So Confinity is another company that created PayPal and Palm Pilot and stuff like this. So they basically kind of invented, like, the modern payment systems that we kind of deal with like phones and PayPal and shit. So then he started PayPal, Clarium. So Clarium's another weird company here. So it's a hedge fund by Peter Thiel, and so Peter Thiel founded PayPal and Facebook. And then you go here, Clarium was an employee-owned firm that invests in public equity. So it's almost like a little communist private public equity. Microcap companies. Microcap is a public company that has a market capitalization of roughly 50 to 250 million. So I guess they're trying to run lean. All right. So unlike most funds, which charge clients about 2% of management fee for their total assets invested and an additional 20% performance fee of the increase in the fund's net asset, Clarium charged 0% management fee and a performance fee of 25%. The company stopped working while Thiel worked on PayPal and resumed in 2002. So it's saying that it's defunct now. Let's see here. Clarium had. So Thiel stated that the big macroeconomic idea that we had at Clarium was the peak oil theory, which was basically the world was running out of oil and there was no easy alternatives. Thiel thought successfully that the United States dollar would weaken, specified General Electric and Walmart as vulnerable. Interesting. Then he started Palantir, Facebook.
Why is you're sharing the screen, right? It's like just a little icon in the bottom right.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but I just.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was trying to show I was
I
trying to
thought
show.
you were just reading it off your phone or something. Yeah,
I thought
that's
he was doing
better.
it on purpose. Yeah.
Oh well, I started off doing it on purpose, and then I forgot. I was just trying to show.
What is this?
Moontan,
Is this just
beautiful-
Wikipedia?
This beautiful lady. Yeah, I'm reading Wikipedia. Yeah.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. I was just trying to show Moontan a beautiful black lady because she said I only give the Asian ladies love, so I was trying to show them.
I'm pretty sure he went to Exeter, didn't he?
Exeter.
And did he and he's also in Bilderbergs.
That wouldn't be surprising.
Exeter. Let me see. Let me take a look. Exeter. What is Exeter? I know it's a school, but are you talking about the school or isn't direct? It says Exeter Academy in the UK. Yeah, I just googled it. It said there's no direct link with Exeter, but they do have.
Pooja? Who's Pooja Thiel? Pooja Thiel.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out when I typed in Thiel Exeter.
I know. I was like, who's this lady? What the Pooja Thiel? Like,
She must be another mixed race person. Although she doesn't look like it. I clicked on her picture here. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me show you this. Maybe she's married to somebody in Thiel's family. Dr. Pooja Thiel, another race mixing cunt, according to Moontan here. I'm just kidding.
It's just weird that this Indian lady's last name is Thiel.
Yeah.
And she
Very
teaches
strange.
at Exeter. She teaches literally at Exeter Academy, where like all these people graduated. Like Stuart Brand and Mark Zuckerberg graduated from Exeter.
Right. Let me see if I can find her. Let me see.
Total coincidence, right?
The Tocqueville coincidence. Let's see.
Like, hold on now. What's this Indian lady doing with a Jewish name? Yeah, Pooja is a cute name. Yeah, I agree.
Pooja. I need me some Pooja myself.
It means prayer.
Oh.
Or is it like Puya, like the J is like a Y maybe? I don't know if Indians do it that way, but
No, it's puja. It's like it means prayer, yeah, in Hindi. Yeah, when the Hindus do prayer, they say, "I'm going to make puja." That's what they say.
it sounds like something you might eat. Like a bowl of rice or something. Make puja.
You mean like a porridge or something?
Yeah, I've heard them say that, like like it's like how you'd say, like, I'm going to do my prayer now. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to go make puja. Like.
That is a cool name, though. I'm trying to figure out who her baby daddy is. Let's see here. Pooja Thiel, scientist turned sustainability advisor. I mean, she's right on cue with Thiel there for sure.
Is he married to an Indian lady? Could it be?
That'd be sick.
Or is he married?
I know he's married to a dude, but maybe he's.
He's gay. I forgot. But yeah. Whoops.
I was about to say he gay.
He gay.
But there's a possibility where some of these gay dudes, I think, they'd still be married, and I don't know why I thought that, but yeah.
Well, no, a lot. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like, honestly, like, I've wondered if sometimes these people just say they're gay, so like, it just confuses the the field or something. I don't know. I mean, nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, I think in his case, it's pretty obvious because he was like in the closet. But I think the fact that most people don't get outed for being gay, so I think those are the married people. The people that are married. If somebody outs them as being gay, like somebody else is gonna end up dead, and nobody wants that. So.
Well, I found her Twitter, and she hasn't been posting. But I'm pretty sure she's Punjabi or Pakistani or something, right? Like, I don't know. Pooja.
Wait, you said what?
I'm pretty sure she's Pakistani or something.
No, it's got to be Indian. Pooja is not a Pakistani name.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Pooja is a Hindu name. So.
Oh, okay. So there's no Hindus in Pakistan?
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Just make sure I didn't.
But there are millions of Muslims in India still, so that's a notable fact.
Right. Pooja Thiel. Yeah, I'm trying to find out who her husband is, but she doesn't seem to have anything about it, and she hasn't been really active on social media. So, but all right, let's see what's going on with Founders Fund, Friendster, Rapleaf, Yammer, Scammer, whatever. Okay, General Catalyst, Hadrian Automation. So, see, the Andrul is really interesting because so Peter Thiel, you saw this guy before, right? Palmer Luckey. So this guy was like the meta guy who invented the Oculus Rift like thing, the little goggles thing or whatever. So
the goggles, they do nothing.
Yeah, there's no way that's a real name. There's no way that's a real picture. Like, it's just like weird.
He's like a total spook. I mean, he's like his.
Yeah, this looks like a guy they dressed up to go act like he invents shit. Honestly, like another Elon Musk type of guy.
Yeah, I was to say like Elon Musk.
Tim Pool like retweeted him a bunch and shit, said like, "Oh, he's based or something," and then
that's dumb.
Vivek, look at this guy. I mean, it's so
ridiculous. He's so based, bro.
And
with
then
his Hawaiian shirt.
Like Vivek Ramaswamy is working with this guy to like try to make Ohio great again or something like that. He described himself as a radical Zionist.
Oof.
I like how there's no like nothing on this page has any like pretext for that statement. It just sort of just happens.
Right. Oh, check this out. So he married his longtime girlfriend named Nicole Edelman. Sounds very Jewish. And then Matt Gaetz married his sister. So that's pretty weird. Yeah, it's very weird, then.
Yeah, did you ever so I watched Sword Art Online because of the storyline. Right? And it was horribly written. It's like the worst written anime of all time. And the whole thing is selling the fact that this lady is terminally ill. The top player in the game is terminally ill, and they're only are a player in this game, and they live in this virtual reality because they're like terminally ill, paralyzed, and they can't move and stuff. So it's selling like virtual reality to like terminally ill people. It's a really strange anime.
Yeah, well, this is him at a like convention. So look how based this guy is. This guy is extremely based, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, this is the dude they literally put up that has not invented anything. Right?
This is the Asian woman. Call him out, Montan. Not for the bikini, but just for the Asian woman. Yeah, there's a really, really, really bad one that I'm looking for, but I'm not seeing it here. But oh my god, here you go. This might not be real, but it looks pretty real. But yeah, I saw like a really fucked up one of him that was worse than these, and but just trust me, it gets worse. Cosplay, there we go. Let's see if that works. Cosplay. Let's see if I got it. Oh my god, I don't know if this is real or not, but that would be. This might be real. That might be real.
What the hell?
Yeah, I saw like a really bad one. That was like a
maybe he can link up with freaking Fuentes.
They probably do. They probably hook up all the time.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, is this guy Jewish? He looks very Jewish to me. Long Beach, California.
I mean,
Homeschooled by
could be, but you know, it doesn't always have to be them.
Oh, it does. Oh, baby. Come on, Lucky. Come on, good old Lucky. Matt Gates, his brother-in-law. Let's see what's up with Matt Gates. Baby Gates. Let's see his personal life. I think some like weird stuff came out about this guy. Like he did some weird stuff. Myanmar, Niger. Oh my god, this dude's got a long ass Wikipedia. Like somebody's like whole career is like doing this Wikipedia page. Here we go. Personal life. He's a Baptist. Ex-girlfriend's younger brother as his family. Nestor Galbon. Ex-girlfriend. That's kind of weird. Ginger Lucky. Let me see if I can find a picture of Ginger. Oh my god.
Who's that lady? What the fuck?
This is Palmer Lucky's sister, who's married to Matt Gates, the congressperson or whatever.
Yeah, that dude's really weird.
Yes, he is. He's a very strange guy. Let's see. Let me try to look something up. Palmer Lucky Jewish.
I mean, it says he's an ardent Zionist, so it doesn't even matter if he's Jewish.
Oh,
It's either
so
one or the other.
his wife is Jewish, though. Her family is born in Israel. So I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Is he a race trader, Moontan?
Yeah, that's more like humanity traders scaled up. You know?
Radical Zionist. Let's see here. Let's see his. I want to see what his wife looks like. Wife. Let's see. Edelman. All right. Let's see if we can. Let's do like the TMZ of like. Well, that's not a quick picture. Reddit. I mean, he's kind of cute, I guess. For an evil blood drinking lizard person. Uh-oh, he donated to AOC, but he just did it because she's a big booty Latina, allegedly. Big booty Latina AOC Alex Stein. I got to make sure I don't find something really bad in here. Let's see here. Right, here we go. My favorite big booty Latina AOC, Alex Stein 99. White boy summer. All right. Well, I want to continue doing this, but I have to run. Of course, Machine, you're always welcome to stay and run the panel if you like. I'm sure you probably have other things to do, and you probably have a show later or soon. So. But I do appreciate everybody, though. I just have to go do some stuff. I'll be busy for like an hour at least, or maybe the rest of the night. I'm not sure yet. So.
Yeah, I was like test some videos. I'll just go do it on my channel. Pretty much just gonna test videos and then go to sleep or whatever. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
I put like a lot of cartoons and videos. One of them is like this Arab dude like blowing up a bunch of stuff, like sniping people, and then he like shoots a bunch of white dudes, and then and there's a bunch of dismembered shit. So I probably won't like play that one.
That sounds base. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I'll send
Probably
it to you.
not advisable.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's pretty crazy video.
It's a real video though.
It's like a movie, but it's like realistically made. I don't know where it's from, but
nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah. But yeah, so I'm gonna go play music on my channel. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and yeah, I wanted to cover some of that like rad fem stuff you were sending me too. Like, I had those videos queued up, but I wanted to show some other stuff. And but yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking. Yeah, the pace of the videos is very annoying, but it's still interesting. Like the way they look. Right. It's like trying to get like these red-haired white girls.
It's definitely like actors or something, or actresses or something. And
it's the same type of chick. Like from the two videos, it's the same type of chick. It's kind of funny, right? It's like red-haired, pale-faced white girl. With like. It's just funny how they have like communist style. That's what I think is really interesting about it.
Yeah, it's like it's a whole performative thing, right? Like,
right.
I saw this. So this is one of the things that triggered me to talk about some of this stuff. Is like I saw this half white, half Asian girl pretending to be like the super base communist person. She's dating a Jewish guy pretending to be a woman, and then she also has like an ex-girlfriend who is a woman, and she's like doing OnlyFans with these people saying that she's like a lesbian. And then she's like, well, my girlfriend, meaning the guy who's transgender, has HIV, and like we shouldn't stigmatize HIV and having sex with people with HIV. And then the next post is like, she goes to Vietnam, she finds a picture of Ho Chi Minh and like twerks in front of like, a statue and picture of like Ho Chi Minh, and says like Ho Chi Minh would be down for like smashing the white male patriarchy and all this shit. And it's like it makes you really like, it's like obviously this isn't serious, but like this is the level of like content that they're putting out for I guess the rad fem communist people.
I might start doing a show where it's like I declare myself like the winner of like all the debates, and I say like I'm taking challengers, and then like anybody who comes up, I just like I'm like, so what do you want? You want to fucking debate, motherfucker? Right, and then just like really just like get at that, and then
that's what TikTok is. That's why I was saying like TikTok is a perfect place to do shows like that. Like you could literally just open up a panel, put some stupid controversial thing, and like I bet you can't beat me at debate, and you just start like screaming at people. And like I literally saw these people who are claiming to be Muslim, and they're like, "There's nothing wrong with rape. There's nothing wrong with PDF. Like, fuck your."
But that's every like.
It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, but that's every like like show. If you want to actually like, I feel like at the first start of a show, you can't just do open panels and just calmly talk to people. You have to just take in random people and then just like, so we'll like prevent everyone that usually calls in from calling in and just take people that call in. And if nobody calls in, I'll just be like, well, nobody wanted to challenge me. I guess I win. Another day, another victory.
Well, that's basically what Andrew Wilson does every day. I mean, come on.
Right, exactly. So, like I'm saying, like if I just do the bit, right,
Yeah, the bit non-bit, and that's the thing. Like, I want to start doing that too. I would love to just. That's kind of
Yeah.
why I'm doing these shows like
Yeah,
this.
Paul does that too. Like Paul Enslaved.
Yeah, it's a good bit, man. It really is. That's what I've been doing on TikTok. Is like I go in and just like speak the semantics of the person, and then like I undermine their whole shit. But I do it like from a nice point of view. And the smart people they get it and they kick me off the panel quick. But like I did it to somebody yesterday, and they didn't catch what I was doing, and they let me go, and they're like, "Well, maybe you're right about maybe this whole thing with like letting men into women's bathrooms is kind of bad, even though I'm trans." And I'm like, so it's like it's kind of weird how like some people are willing to like have their mind change, but most of what you see is just like somebody who's like they're never gonna let anybody win against them. So like if they notice somebody can like see through their bullshit, they'll just kick them off the panel and claim victory. So I mean that's basically like the whole Tulip show is basically that's all he does. Like if you start getting the upper hand on him, he'll just like kick you off the stage or whatever.
That's right. That's right. So I could just do that on my show where I could just feign victory in every interaction and just get the points up for like a little while. Because that will just add points to my shit. All right. But like a lot of the people that regularly watch will be like, "This is the fakest, gayest thing I've ever seen TML do." Right?
Well, that's the kind of cool thing is like I think that's one of the things that the left does really well. I think the left is really smart because they basically don't even allow like an opposition to form against them in their own networks, right? So they only allow other leftists to attack each other, but then it's like all gay ops, so they just promote each other. But if a right wing person does it, they'll never like actually debate that person or have them on the show. They'll only like unless it's something gay like what the Nick Fuentes or like that Jubilee channel does. Like obviously like that's a totally fed version of what we're talking about. So. But yeah, I'm reading your comments, Dan. I'm just not sure how to respond, but I get you. Rad femmes or anti-sex work. Well, I mean, if you ask the common rad femmes on TikTok that are promoting sex work is like not always bad. Essentially, I mean, yeah, they might disagree, but I mean, I don't know. They're not. Maybe, I don't know if they're calling themselves rad femmes, but I mean, they sure are like trying to look the role or the part. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe I need to be educated by some beautiful Aryan women like yourself. Maybe I've been with the mudbloods too long.
Sad trombone. I was just thinking about Harry Potter the other day. It's like that's some occult shit, bro.
That's some occult Nazi shit.
Mudbloods.
Whatever you say, mudblood.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Yeah, we need to get David Livingstone on to talk about how the Mitford sisters, and Hitler's love child is J.K. Rowling.
Ruh-roh.
That'd be kind of based.
Based.
That means I got.
That'd be crazy though. It's like if she were and she's got this like $1 billion franchise now. Be like damn.
They paid them off. Some shit.
Funding for the Jew by the Jew, but against the Jew. Yeah, rating TikTok would be fun. Yeah, I'm if I figure out how to like easily rate TikTok, kind of like how Andrew Wilson's doing, like I'm definitely down, but I would really love it if a couple of you guys would like join me because it's a lot easier to do that if you have multiple people.
Aren't we a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys?
Well, no, but I think you'll see the utility in it because like it's kind of like how the panels used to be, but like you just get so much more organic, like normal people joining. But there's so many like
allegedly
panel. No, there's real people, but there's a lot of fake panel actors too. And I think that we have the experience where like we could expose it with an actual like audience participation, and then we restream it back to YouTube. I think it would draw the panel actors from YouTube onto TikTok, and that would be interesting to get like panel actors from YouTube cross breeding with like panel actors from TikTok or something, or from YouTube and TikTok. I think that'd be kind of an interesting experiment.
So you want to, in theory, you want to help the panel actors from around here. You want to help them network
shit.
with panel actors on TikTok.
Well, I'm not.
Holy
gonna
shit,
live
dude!
with
I thought you were televised this whole time. God damn.
No, I don't want to help them. I want them to expose themselves because I'm saying like the ones on TikTok are way more sophisticated than the ones on YouTube. The ones on YouTube are like honestly like low level.
Neuro and Brown's Boy on the same panel. This has been a while.
Freaky Friday.
That isn't TMLs.
That's right. But no, I mean, I don't want to help them, but what I'm saying is like if we do it first, well not first, but we follow Andrew Wilson's lead. Like I haven't seen anyone else in the panelverse doing that, right? But I guarantee you, if we start doing that,
There's some crossover. Like I think the nerd atheists are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, almost all the top shows are like that's what they're doing, and then every like, I don't know, dude. I just feel like we could do the same thing. I feel like we need to bring that to YouTube, if we can.
Well, yeah, I agree, but like I don't know where to find like regular people who are willing to join panels on YouTube. Like I haven't seen that much of that. But I mean, it's not really just normies. Like I like the people we have now. I'm just saying, like if we get normies mixed in with what we have, I think that would be like an interesting dynamic where maybe like someone like Dominator could like red pill some normies or something.
But that's the thing is like I feel like we're hitting a sweet spot to where like we could shut the normies out. It's kind of weird.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. The normies I've been talking to are pretty smart, but so maybe they're not normies, I guess.
Yeah, but I think like compared to like
Like a step above normies.
Yeah, like me, Avi, and an unseen will eat them alive. Right, just us three.
Well, I think what we should do is teach them a lesson, and then maybe they'll want to join our little thing. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, because the shittiness on TikTok I see as like an opportunity, right? I see that because like here's the thing is like you can't really panel hop on YouTube among these other shows. I mean, we could, we have been doing it. You have been doing that, but like it seems like it's kind of hitting like from my perspective, it's like you eventually hit a wall, right? And I think it's also because like there's no one under 30 on YouTube, right? I mean, I haven't seen that many people under 30 on YouTube, right? So I don't know. I'm just seeing like you kind of get like a bigger slice of the thing. And again, I'm just saying, I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but
I agree with Neuro about hitting a wall. Clearly there's barrier. And by the way, the only person who's under 30 is Christos. From what I've seen, he's 28 or something like that.
Well, and Noelle, and she tried to join my last show, and I blocked her again because I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna have her. I don't
Also,
know what like,
Landry's 29, but yeah. Listen, I'll be like, you know me. I'm I think it would be fun to watch me potentially go on TikTok and just do whatever it is that I do, talk to people. But I think I could. Out of 10 times, I guarantee you I can get one person to come over to the channel.
Well, you could also make a lot of those panels spiral because like the way that you do things is so antithetical to the way they run their panels. And again, what I'm saying is like, yeah, I think I don't know.
I think it would be funny to watch me adjust to whatever they're doing too.
Well, here's the thing: is like definitely be able to expose that a lot of these people over there are total panel actors, right? Like you would definitely see like very clearly that they're running like some sort of program. And what's weird is like I've seen like Muslim programs like that where it's like I'm a Muslim, but I hate like this type of other Muslim, and I hate this other kind of person, but I like this kind of person. And then they have like the feminist version, they have like the gay version, they have the trans version. It's like every flavor of like PSYOP is
Yeah.
kind of like there. It's kind of weird, you know.
My first question to that person would be, have you ever considered that you're just an actor? And then like I would just work off of whatever they say off of that.
I mean, there's nobody doing that kind of stuff. Like what I noticed is like there's very few experienced people like us on TikTok, right? And I think that's why people like Andrew Wilson go there, because he can just pretend to be a normal person and nobody knows exactly who he is probably most of the time, and then he could just have like a normal conversation ish, right? And
Well, I saw something different. I saw him like sort of like having very curated interactions on there.
Really, I
Yeah.
haven't watched enough of it, but that would be more interesting to me. That would be interesting.
Yeah, like one I recorded, he was talking to a Jew, and it looked just everything they were saying looked really scripted, and I was just like,
it could make sense though, because I've definitely seen a lot of these like fake white nationalists that are over there, and they're definitely reading a fucking script, like 100%.
Yeah, and then it looked like he was also like he already knew who Wilson was, and I've seen this 2 or 3 times where Wilson will call into a show and they already know him. You know, so I'm like, were they expecting him to call because they're super calm right now, or you know what I'm saying, right? Because like, imagine this guy's like on Piers Morgan and stuff. He just calls into your show. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, like it's kind of like when he called into my show. I'm like, bro, you just asked me for $800. What are you doing here for free? And also, so you don't need money to go on shows. So what is it? You know what I mean? Like for me, it's just totally weird, right? Where it's like, but it's like these guys. It's like he calls in and they just have a normal conversation. They're like, oh well, it's Andrew Wilson. Let's just have a normal conversation with him. Like nothing there weird is going on. It's like, this shit is scripted, bro.
Script, non-script. You don't know what's really coming up, but you have an idea and act in accordance. Because that's what's good for them.
I think also what is possible is they have people from their teams call in beforehand to shows, and then he knows which shows to call into. Right. So there's another possibility that they pre-vet shows.
There's less evidence to show that Andrew Wilson isn't. There's less evidence that he isn't completely like a contrived like position that just he personally is filling at this time. But if it wasn't him, it would be someone else. Like they want you to think that he's got all these abilities or whatever, but if he wasn't sitting in that position, someone else could do it.
Well, I think it's I think it might be a specific position, and the one I'm leaning for is Fox News anchor. You know what I'm saying?
That's the only place where it would fit.
Yeah, because it's like he does a show where he's like kind of like looking at stuff in a critical way, and I could see him with like that little box on the side of the screen where it's just like a news story, and he's like, these liberals, they're gonna take everything they get. And he's just like doing this monologue with the news story, just like Hannity or Bill O'Reilly.
He's probably paid by the left.
Right?
Like the left, like the money changes, but like, yeah, I mean the guy's a complete clone.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like Tucker Carlson. Like when they like get into some positions, he's kind of like that, but it's kind of like they think he thinks he can make more money if he does it independently. So he's gonna stick to that, but then one day somebody's gonna convince him, like, nah, you're actually not gonna get the reach you want unless you just are part of the big networks. And I think
Yeah,
that's when he'll sign up.
imagine if Andrew Wilson tried to say, I'm not connected to big media. You'd be like,
Yeah.
yes, you are. Of course you are.
Yeah, but this is exactly what the like sort of 5-minute thing was on my channel, where I was like, dude, you're totally like a shill, basically. And he's like, no, I'm doing it myself. I'm like, the hell you are.
It's like,
And
it's
then
a
we went,
joke. It's a
yeah,
joke.
that's a joke. Yeah. And then so I don't want to get stuck here. Neuro, you want to just close this out? Because I think he said he had to go. So unless he already left, no, this is the thing.
I think he probably already left.
Yeah, see, this is the problem.
As usual, dude. At least he said he was leaving.
Oh.
And there you go.
But the mouse was directly in the center. His mouse was directly in the center of the picture before he left, which could have meant loss of power or something.
Okay, so this means that if we drop out of the studio, then it'll just end. So I think he's giving me the signal there. So
might as well.
Yeah, so because yeah, I'm definitely gonna start this music stream in a little bit.
Easy.
Yeah, blessings, brother. All right, y'all. See y'all later.